What is up? What is up? What is up? I hope y'all are having a fantastic day, fantastic night, whatever it may be for y'all. Let me go ahead and repop this out. I don't know why, for some reason, whenever I started to go live, it decided to close YouTube. Oh well. But today we are going to be trying to tackle hopefully the remaining parts of this case. I say hopefully because it has been a very eventful last few days. I am a lot more exhausted than I planned on being because I learned firsthand what happens when a water heater pipe bursts. For the last 4 days I've been dealing with that. It was like the morning after the last stream, so it might have been only 3 or something like that. But no, a bit more exhausted than I thought it was gonna be because it got replaced today and whatnot. And so if I can't finish it today, then next stream of this will definitely 100% be the last. I'm gonna try and knock this out. I want to be able to, relax and do whatever after all that. And so let's go ahead, get back into the case. I believe, yeah, I was in trial ladder. I wasn't done with the trial just yet. I don't know how much left of this trial there is. I don't know how long the latter part is. I imagine it can't. I mean, the first half of this case, that was a long one, but given this is a long case outright, and so who knows. But how you doing, Mr. Wright? What, our trials always like this with you? Sadly, they're way too close for comfort a lot of the times. Yes, like you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface, but no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there. That's not the way I would word it, but I get it. Except today we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently, she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. Yeah, the piece of cloth in the muffler is... Yeah, that's where we left off. Like, we just found the muffler stuff. I thought way too far ahead on what a muffler was. So, this is where we turn this trial around, right? No. Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny insignificant, to tell the truth. I mean... Phoenix, you're kind of a big dude from what I remember. I saw partner. I thought it was gonna be Lotta again. I don't want to see you. They say you show a red claw to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. Isn't that? I'm trying to remember what it was that it was like. I think, isn't it more of so you're waving and like aggravating it more than the color of something itself? I could be misremembering entirely on what that is, on what caused it. It could just be the color red, but from what I remember, I think it's that. That's what they told me when I was a youngin', at least. So that's why you're wearing a red bandana. Officer Marshall. Thought I'd come take a look-see at how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They've got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. No. That hard to slip out, huh? What is going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen these last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? I don't think I've ever heard anyone in real life say that before. Like, you've never been to Texas. You've just always been in LA. You're LARPing. You're LARPing, dude. You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. Yeah, I mean, he's drinking on the job. That's kind of base. You don't say. Now, don't that just beat all? I've seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day, too. She was wearing a red muffler. Isn't she wearing it right now? What? At the awards ceremony that afternoon, Edgeworth's seen it, too, I'd reckon. What does that mean? In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. That probably is the cloth in the muffler, like the muffler's in the muffler. And then we gotta deal with all the wordplay that comes with that. So, Miss Starr wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. And sometimes you gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell. I mean, that's the closest to an actual phrase I think you've said. I have a bad feeling about this. So, what are we swimming in now? I would say probably still quicksand. If it's steak sauce, I could hook you up with some fine ribs. I'm gonna be on the personal opinion that if you need steak sauce on like anything like steak, it's just a bad steak. A steak sauce should enhance a steak, not be the steak's flavor. I know a lot of people that say, "Oh, the steak's fine. You just got to put some A1 on it." That's just a bad steak at that point. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like steak sauce, to be fair. I don't like many sauces, to be fair. I have no sauce on like spaghetti or anything. I'm just not a fan of sauce. Like, the only thing I put on spaghetti, that way people don't think I eat the noodles just bare. I put seasoning on it. I just don't have sauce on it. We'd like to resume. What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, you're sweating. That sounds like he's about to have frostbite outside the sweating part. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. Oh, it can't be. This can't happen. What happened to Edgeworth? Well then, which time we continue on with this trial? Oh, this is unacceptable. What is? Seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. I really wish there was like a transcript button. Or excuse me, knock knock. Who's there? Who are you? A strange stuffy horse seems to be filling the courtroom. What's up with his? I know that's supposed to be like a cross, but how do you tie it like that in the first place? I don't trust this dude at all, I'm gonna be honest. Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. I mean, this game is Japanese, I'm assuming it's Celsius, which is very, I mean, that's hot either way, but who on earth is he? Why does his eyes have like two circles? Ah, it's you. Are they gonna introduce us, or is he just gonna keep staring in my soul? Sorry I'm late. The roads are packed. It's just me. Long time no see. Gay, how you been? Swim much these days? Hello. No, I've been busy. So his name is Udge? Busy smizzy. How do I pronounce that? Like, how do I even pronounce that? Yes, indeed. Ugi seems to be his nickname for the judge. I'm afraid you're right. I'm very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? So you're Wright, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. Thanks. So sorry about our little worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly. Little worthy. Everyone just keeps going at him. I mean, do we see how tall he is? No, he's the only one we can't see. I mean, I'd say he's tall as Edgeworth, but I can't see anything about Edgeworth's height. They're like 5'10" at the very least, right? Also, one sec. For some reason, my this is completely frozen on my end, like my phone. One sec. Let me just get this all fixed up. Let's see. All right, there we go. One sec. I just had to open and close it. I don't know why it's doing this. There we go. Sorry, right as I opened up my phone, I just started getting stuff. There we go. Sorry about that. Mr. Wright, you don't know the district chief of police? I guess I don't. He's a top-ranking police officer in the entire district. Is he gonna speak, or are we just gonna be staring at each other? Name's Gant? Oh, I thought it said Nat at first. Pleased to meet you, everyone. So, to what we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Oh, I guess he's the one that got us the muffler and everything. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Star wasn't just seeing... I mean, she was seeing things, but she wasn't seeing this. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. But why isn't it in the photo? But to think it was just stuffed into that exhaust pipe. On Little Worthy's car, no less. Why was that in his car in the first place? Also, why? It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. What's this? It's what you call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this. Okay, so we just have a bunch of new evidence just being introduced like it's nothing now. Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? I mean, I've been asking about that tie, however, I don't think that's how you answer it. Mr. Edgeworth, how could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Now, wait a minute, Worthy. I have no desire to hear excuses. I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistake in that signature is there, Miles Edgeworth. That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know. Oh, so are they trying to set up Edgeworth now? They're the person in charge. I'll expect the written apology. Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. It's the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. I mean, we've seen it a couple of times. Well, I guess maybe once, whenever we were dealing with the DL6 incident. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. The court accepts this new evidence, but I'd like to ask the defense a favor first. Yeah, just be sure. I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife. Why the blade? Well, I don't see why not. Could you open it for me, I wonder? Well, I think all you have to do is push that switch and... No. If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel. Oh, so it's fine if I cut my finger. But if I cut my finger, I won't be able to point it at... I mean, that's just rude. Just hurry up and open it. Am I supposed to be getting a tutorial here or something? Like, is it introducing another mechanic right here? That's the entire point of the ladder of the trial, is just to introduce a new mechanic. I mean, tap the switch. What? Don't scare me like that. Oh, there's no blade. I'm the one who's scared. Look at the knife. The tip is broken off. And this dark red stain. Blood. Also, it has like SL9 on it. SL9 This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I'd like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. Terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutors and the police and this knife? Sure thing, not a problem. Not even a little one, really. So I guess there's like some infighting or some inter-department stuff. Department disorder? Yeah, I would say so. This knife is special. I can't say how here, unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department. See, what a mess. The time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this case, so I can't talk about it. And so it's part of another case? There was a murder at the police department, a detective? That's hush-hush information, Udgy. We haven't exactly... Well, you just did. It's not on a court record. It's written down. It's permanent, like it's just there. Wait, you said 5:15. That was the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Also, we have a bunch of people like watching this case and looking at this case. There's no jury. We just got spectators. Anyway, we at the department were all a fluster, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? Just everyone else in the room. We understand the police department situation. Well, Mr. Wright, 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. The chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking. I mean, I think that's slim without any scientifically speaking. I like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. You're very willing to do it this time compared to a lot of other times. You're like, if you don't do it, I'm going to rule him guilty, even though you proved without a shadow of a doubt he didn't do it. Keep your questions focused on the case at hand. I mean, I just need to prove that the 2 cases are connected, right? Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. Is there a connection? Let me... There's SL9 there. And then what? Died of a knife wound, prosecutor's office. Where have I heard SL9 before? Is there anything else I could... Like, let me go look at this small... I don't think there's anything else I could click on this. SL9 too? There's a small tag on the knife. It says SL9 too. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not sure. It reminds me of a similar code. DLC. Okay, that might be. What? I don't remember where, but I think I've seen something like this before. Something similar to what's written on this tag. It wasn't that long ago either. Maybe I should check the court record again. That's how I feel. I feel like I've seen SL9 before. I just don't remember where. Where did I see SL9 before? It wasn't on this, was it? No, there's nothing on that. It said I need to check the court record again. That's just his police department. There's no SL9 there. That's the record of prosecutors. Yeah, because this is just lots of blood, chest wound, Bruce Goodman, deceased. That's sick. I just realized that's 67S. Okay. There's no escape from it, really, to be honest. It wasn't in this thing, I think. Yeah. So it wasn't in that. The photo, yeah, no, SL. Like, I could have sworn I'd seen it before. I just don't remember where. And then this shoe had nothing to do with it. So where... Because I'm pretty sure we have to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. I think that's what we have to do. The question is, well, what's the other stuff? That was a bad day for the department. You know what? Well, I guess let me press him real quick and see what I get. This knife was found on the scene of our crime. I think that makes it connected to the case, don't you? See, there's a lot of things that go on at the department I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, Wright. Maybe there's something about the knife that'll give us a clue. Let's examine that knife while we can. Evidence that links this knife to Detective Goodman. I think perhaps the pieces are falling into place. I should try presenting the piece of evidence that had me stumped all this time. So how we're... Well, I guess... probably because I haven't played in a bit. I don't remember what has stumped us all this time. Let me check this, maybe? Yeah, because it doesn't have anything to do with SL9 here. I know this was something that had him stumped. Same thing with this note. Unless, actually... I think, yeah, that's SL9 upside down, isn't it? And then 212? So it's not 67, it's SL. I believe this is it. I'm gonna just, yeah. Wait a second. At last, an honest-to-goodness objection. This knife, this has something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? Honest-to-goodness, what do you mean from Mudgate? This is great. I don't even know if I'm close to pronouncing that name right. We're gonna tag this knife. It reads SL9 too. And this is important. Why? Over here, we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. If you flip it upside down, it says SL9, 2 out of 21. What is this? 6 minus 7S, 12-2? No. Your Honor, it's upside down. Upside. The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn around and what do you get? SL9, 2 out of 21. And that was SL9 too. Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9. That's the same thing that's written on this knife's tag. I'm so smart. I'm surprised I was able to piece that together. Well, Chief. Well, guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, Righto. I win. What game is this guy? What did we win? And we're just going back and forth in court. I don't know what I won. This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do investigation. It's not officially linked to this case here. I guess this knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the... I guess let me press this. This knife was stolen. Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say. Was it in fact a murder weapon? Nice, nice, nice. Good show, Little Worthy. It was a murder weapon, as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder and was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection there. True. So I just don't know how I could contradict something like this, because that just sounds right. Maybe it's this. How can you see there's no connection? How? I'm the chief of police. I can't just say anything out. Please, Righto, you understand. Try to understand, Righto. Well, if you can prove there's a connection, more power to you. Maybe there's something that ties the two murders together. Whatever it is, I better find it and get to the bottom of this. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15, one at the prosecutor's office and one at the police department. That can't be a coincidence. And that knife, what was it doing there? Better check this knife out. Didn't I already do that? Didn't I already prove that this is connected? And that's how come, like, they're both SL9. And so, what would I don't know what... I guess I needed to start pressing every statement and hope for the best. So I've already pressed this. And so let me just press everything and just see what happens. Something happened in the police department too, huh? You got a good look on your eyes there, right on my boy? Sharp, hungry. So something did happen, and why wasn't I informed? Why weren't you informed? Well, why didn't you ask? No matter, I understand you were busy, but with the Atlanta case and all. Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day? Detective was killed. On the same day, the detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot. Another detective was killed at the police department? That's a fact. Surprisingly, isn't it, Udgi? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator, do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto. I suppose I could help if you help me by giving me data on your case. Oh, that good. That kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. Say one thing and one thing only. Part of me is, I don't know which one to answer here, because how the victim was killed, I guess, is... We already know when the victim died. I guess, where was the victim found? So tell me, where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. Evidence room? Wait a second. I've heard of that. Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? Yeah, it was evidence in a murder case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. There's a connection between the two cases. You seem happy. We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link established between the two cases, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. It's not officially linked here, and so how do I guess maybe I press on this and say they are connected? Chief, the defense position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. You don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection? Out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is the place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number on the knife's evidence tag. And we know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in the same evidence room. Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. I just don't like how long he's silent for. It makes me think my game's about to crash. You two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here. Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all. Can we get the information unofficially? It's kind of important to this case, isn't it? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. It's just that easy. Just say, it's on the court record, but can it be off the record? Who would have guessed? I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay? If you're gonna tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him. Well, I don't think this is relevant. The division, I don't think matters. The ID number, that seems way too specific for it not to be it. I think it's either division or ID number. I guess maybe we can go with I'm guessing the ID number. Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is just from that. Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all. We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't get getting your hopes up. The number is 5842. Oh, the music just went silent. Well, that's quite long, and we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 82. I can't do it. You didn't even get the first number right. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? Court record. Well, I was moving one evidence over, and that works. It tells me something. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does, I think. Meaning, I know who the victim is. Has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean? Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something. What does it tell you? It tells me it's Goodman. Witness? What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. That is a very nervous smile. Judge, if that's what your problem is like, I have some questions for you. No, it's just I got confused, and this is news. Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing like you always do. Was that not right? The police department, 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I have a police ID. Okay, I thought I got it wrong, and that's why they were doing all that. Oh ho, is it yours? No, Your Honor, I'm a defense attorney, remember? It's the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Righto. Personal IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 584-2189. That's kind of important, and this means... What exactly? Come on, Judge, you're better than that. Huh? Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier, that's Sheriff 82. I've forgotten. I mean, to be fair, he got the same wrong answer both times, and so that means they're technically right. The number the chief police gave us was... I'm not gonna repeat that. Wait a second, right? What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Sharp as attack, right? Sharp as attack. Detective Goodman's our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yet, a Detective Bruce Goodman was killed at the police department in the evidence room at the exact same time. How does a man die twice at the exact same time in 2 different places? That's impossible. So what we're saying is the same person was killed at the same time in a completely different location. Yeah, that is a tough thing to deal with. That... Okay, I'm a bit, right, you're gonna have to guide me on this, because, you know, I didn't even press A. No. What I want to know is, why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait, I said wait. Or didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error? Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours. How dare we informed you yesterday? I believe it was Officer Meekins who brought you the news. Officer Meekins? Where have we heard that name before? Wait. So this was actually important? Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anyone on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I got your report. You don't mean him. According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me. He said the report had nothing to do with the Land of Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is right on top of the report. Oh, that's a bad look for Edgeworth. Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged. That is, I think, the most polite way you can word like what he is, Emma. In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then is he just gonna? I don't like how we keep staring at us. Like I said, I keep thinking my game's about to crash. And there's no such what this time, Worthy, or should I say unworthy? What? Now, well, it was the second rule of evidence. Well, I don't know. Well, Mr. Wright, huh? Oh, well, it's Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list, so what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Wright over here. Good job, Wright, my boy. Huh? I was just doing my job. No. No. I can't yell like that right now. I'm a bit too tired for that. And I mean, so there's a lot we need to deal with here. It seems you have come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. Well, with all those rumors, you were even on the defense chair this past December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened if it's the last thing I do. You better get results this time, really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history. No, that's not true. That is not. You guys almost sent Will Powers to jail despite me already proving his innocence. I'll grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well. The court is adjourned. And so we got a lot of investigation on our hands. That was not a long trial ladder. I thought it was going to be a lot longer. But no, we got We got some investigative time on our hands. We got new places to go. What did that say? Like we were in here for an hour? No, I think that was. I think it was only like 30 minutes. Actually, no, I missed because I didn't make a save at the start, and so it's only been like 30 minutes. Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused, huh? Well, what is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What's this and the evidence room part? Prosecutor's office and police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're gonna go find out, or at least try to. Alright, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's gonna be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. You just have really bad eyesight, I feel you. I have really bad eyesight too, Emma. Let's go. Science awaits us. Oh, we're just already... We don't even get to choose where to go. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in the evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. The oil drum wasn't empty. The oil drum kicked over by a chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Why did it just sound like someone was just breathing in my ear? That was weird. Like, there was a weird thump, like it sounded like someone was breathing in my ear. Even though she says they don't really get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. How are you reading my mind? Big words for a high school student. But whether it was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Nor the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright, huh? What's that grin for? This situation calls for one thing, and that's luminal testing. What? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But when the police have already done those tests, never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Why do I have to do it? I can't even drink yet. But so how can we have that on you? We're testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it. Look here. All I need these glasses. Yeah, extra pair of those. Oh, that hurts to look at. I don't like looking. That hurts. I feel like I'm playing the virtual boy right now. The test for a blood reaction is spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press A to spray it on. Okay, let's... Can I do, Can I use my mouse for this? Okay, I can't just click. That would probably be easier. How do I... Where's the blood? Oh, I guess I probably want to do it by here. Oh, there we go. I found some blood. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So, is this a blood stain? It's so, Emma, you're shaking. It's just, this is my first time seeing real blood. It's blue. It's not like Danganronpa pink. It's just blue. Scientific investigation action. Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a blood stain, but doesn't strike you as odd, scientifically speaking, of course? The amount of blood? The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? I think there would be a little more blood, especially for some of that blood out. I mean, look at the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have to have been more blood than this. Yeah, and plus, didn't it say he bled out? Died within an hour and a half. Yeah, death due to loss of blood. So there would have to be a lot of blood. Hey, Mr. Wright, I'm gonna mark at the 4 points when we find a blood stain, okay? Do I have to do it around all of this place? See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right? And this stuff's pretty handy too. I saved up my allowance just to buy that. Mineral testing fluid received from one very proud-looking Emma Sky. We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Plus, we do have to deal with the fact that we have to prove that stuff is relevant whenever there's two different cases going on. They must drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? I'm a lawyer. Not a detective. I'm a lawyer. Guess I should give this spray on anything suspicious. Ha! Oh, hi there. Around that foot of yours will react to a nice deli box. Miss Starr, you only trust your own eyes? Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead doesn't really get my mouth. I thought they said lead at first. I thought she was trying to feed us lead. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, but no, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from the security room right there, but I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry, you lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. How is she not in prison? It's perjury still. Like, come on. Well, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. I swear to my honor as a detective, she stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? It was a long time ago, well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up. They confessed. They babbled like babies, you know. Did you, like, torture them or something? I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel, too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I drag the dirt out of the mouth of suspect after suspect, and before long they called me, yeah, the cough up. A very unfortunate name, to be honest. Oh, and here I thought someone gotten food poisoning from your lunches, and you were let go or fired. Felt that I found my dream job when I became investigator, and if those prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. So what all happened to get you, like, in trouble? The SL9, okay, that's what I was thinking of. SL9, wait a second, she doesn't mean... I mean, yeah, SL9. What do you think about this? The SL9 incident is written on that knife, and on that note, Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over, not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Like, what all? Okay, I guess she won't. Do I have to also present the knife or something? What do you think about this? Yeah. Really? Yeah. Will she be able to tell us it now? I guess not. Maybe it said something. What does she think about these bloods? Could you take a look at this? Yes. You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No, thanks. You must have to brew the leaves a long time to get a rich flavor like this. We pre-infuse. Okay, yeah, we're talking about the pre-infused stuff. The only thing I'm smelling here is wasted time. So, like, what? If she wants to talk about the SL9 incident, how do I get her to talk about the SL9 incident? Because we presented the note, presented the... Actually, I guess the floor plan... I don't know what else we could present her. We presented the knife, the spray she won't care about, the shoe. It's either the shoe or the crime photo. Because we presented this, I think it has to be the crime photo. Or, yeah, well, crime photo. Well, the shoe wouldn't matter because she already gave us the shoe. Theme at it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room, but even I get flustered sometimes. So he went straight to the scene of the crime. I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. To be fair, you didn't do a good job at doing that, and you spent like 5 minutes doing it. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem, the whole of my testimony, as it were. Those 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. You lying? Yeah, how are you not? It's a crime. It's a felony to commit perjury. How are you not in prison? I've had my testimony disregarded before. I wasn't gonna have it disregarded again, just like that time. Oh, I'm guessing now she'll talk about the SL9. That incident really opened my eyes to the truth. We're nothing in them. Disposable. To who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. Oh, and there's Marshall. And there's Marshall, there's Goodman, there's a lot. There's Kenny Ackerman from Attack on Titan down in the bottom left. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence, so they didn't solve it. On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Yes, the criminal got what was coming to them. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred. So how'd you have enough to execute him? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence of a sort, made up evidence. You killed a man over made up evidence. You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted the patrolman, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Which I mean, Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. Now I have a feeling that you two killed this man, to be honest. I have a feeling you two killed Goodman. As professional detectives, we investigate that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined, and then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten us? How could you? There's another side to that case, a hidden side. That's where we're at for now. No one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Those lunches you sell, there's only one reason I come to sell lunches at this cursed office. Come here to meet the old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate it. I mean, does she have? I don't want to know the answer to that. I'm scared to know the answer to that. Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, rookie, seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Then you should take. That's just a steak. That looks good. A Salisbury steak lunch. I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with his treat. I mean, it said Officer Marshall there, and some like I was gonna say I guess it's for him, but it kind of answered that for me. See, are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. Got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous, and he was nice to me too back then. Yeah, now he's so cold. I mean, he's gone through a lot. I mean, it would be fair for him to break after all that. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation, put in the past to rest as it were, nothing more than that. I see, thank you. I guess I need to go find him. Well, probably at the police department if I had to guess. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're boring. You might want to put those glasses on. You might just have an astigmatism. Suppose it makes sense. The detective did get killed here after all. So, the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet, we got the front desk. Here it is. Oh, a real crime scene. Let's go take... I mean, we also found the real crime scene whenever we were there, but I guess... Why can't I go into the guard station? I'll deal with the guard station later, I guess. Everyone here looks deadly serious. It's the same as always, Phoenix. I'm gonna be real with you. There's a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department, but the same detective was also killed in the same time in the prosecutor's lot. Makes my head... Well, first things first, let's go check out the police department crime scene. You sound dead set on investigating, but don't mess up or we could wind up dead. 2 dead puns in one go. Not anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. I mean, we gotta spray that thing there. Can I not go in the evidence room? That must be the chief. He's going to his computer screen. What? Detective killed in the evidence room. Tell no one outside the police department? No. I told that old lady at the restaurant everything. Someone's getting demotion. I guess I can't go investigate? Maybe... I guess let's go to the guard station. Oh, well, I know who's here. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence. Oh, okay. I thought it was guard station for the entire thing, kind of like Old Bag was, like at the studio. So beyond that door is the evidence room, the scene of the crime. It sure seems that way. What's wrong? Those cacti, they're so prickly, it's imposing. It's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. I don't think anyone says that, Phoenix. All I want to know is if this is a guard station, where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. I mean, fair. Can I... Where is he? There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of here. So is this the evidence room right here? The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission. Well, where is this someone? I guess I have to go find it. Oh. This place is charged with frantic energy as always. Please. Wasn't that? 1 steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you. Can we give him the Salisbury steak instead? No times for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. I mean, one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now there's no time for despair. We caught our criminal, now we just need new evidence. You mean, you're about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal? So, I mean, they did say they got him. The question is, who is it? And the perpetrator, do you have a suspect? Yeah, they just arrested him, but so who was it? It's the biggest scandal at the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But who was it? All I know is I need a steak lunch pronto. Staying around here talking is gonna fill my belly. Wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later. he ran out to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. Well, he said go to the... It's gonna be Marshall, isn't it? That's what I'm going with. All right, move detention center. It's gonna be Marshall. Still, I do feel better about things a little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yes, they did. Best not to go too far down that road. Things will just get confusing. Just... Oh, jeez, that is loud. What was that, sir? That's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I'd say I was the perpetrator against. That's what I would say. Oh, what? What? No way, it's him. I know who you are. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth here? Obviously, you're the guard here at the detention center? No. I'm a lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver... No. How should I say this? You didn't you? Oh, God, that hurts. What? This is unexpected. A very light way to put it. Oh my God, why do I have to keep listening to that? I can hear just fine. I had some business that day, sir, so I went to the evidence room. The guard station in front of the room is empty, so normally there's a guard at the evidence room. That's right, because the evidence is kept in the evidence room. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Then, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person. What is this dude's problem? So what happened then? After that, everything went white. I saw red, I blacked out, and when I came to, I was here in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? I'm to your hand. There was no one to bandage me, so I did what I could to wrap it up. Just like Miss Sky. Yet, another similarity between this case and the one someone just doing, like, what's it, copycat criminal? First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. You are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? God, if I have to listen to that one more time, I'm beating his ass. Can someone kick his ass, please, through this wall? Then I will be having me in detention and alive and well at that. That's true, I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim? I had to label him as a stranger, a tall stranger. Why is he doing that over and over? So, you didn't know him? I work in a tiny department devoid of light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So if he was a total stranger, why'd you stab him? I had no intention of killing him. Who have any recollection of killing him? At least someone around here is more confused than I am. That sound sucks so much. What about your hand? Did that happen over the course? Stop, please. I'm begging you, man. Don't you think you should just confess? There's nothing I could do. Nothing to do. It's all true. When it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. Next thing I knew, you were, huh? Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, all alone. Because Detective Goodman had disappeared. And then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow. Can you imagine? I feel it right now having to listen to that damn megaphone, man. I'm not helping you if you're... I want you arrested for doing this to me. The victim's body disappeared. That's some story. I don't want to see him anymore. I'm going back to, I'm leaving him. I don't care about him. I'm gonna see if I can go back in the evidence room. Please tell me like he's there so I don't have to deal with this. I think I'm gonna have to still talk to him. I don't want to do that. I don't want to see him. I don't want to have to see him at all, man. Move, let's go. I mean, we haven't been in here yet, so. Well, this place is classy today as it was yesterday. I'm sure it'll be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. Guess we'll just have to come back. So I have to talk to him down at the guard station. In the detention center. What can I even do to talk to him even more? What can I present? Maybe... this? Officer Meekin, this is for you. I'm scared of knife, sir. Last night, it was an apple in my dream and I was being peeled. So I thought, you don't have to look at the knife. He's overreacting to knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. Like, I know I'm supposed to probably present something. I'm just thinking about what, because obviously he's not going to want to look at the knife right now, it seems like. So I'm kind of debating doing, like, I guess maybe just slowly go through the evidence one by one until something works, because I think this is all I have left. So that wouldn't fit. He already reacted to knife. I guess. Yeah, I'll just start with... do you think you could take a look at this? Hey, that's it. That's it. Oh, stop. My head was blanking till this very moment. Now you remember from the ID? Meaning, remember what happened? Correct. That card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly. That's exactly. Nothing can be more exact, sir. Nothing. I don't want to talk to him. I hate this damn megaphone. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, it might seem I'm a lost little patrolman, a lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room. That's why you thought he looked suspicious. I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Yeah, that sounds pretty by the books. That's right. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So asked Detective Goodman to show you his ID card. What do you do? He saw me pulling a knife at me. I assure you, I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Do unto others before they do unto you, my own father's words. What happened then? Well, my eyes, everything went white when I awoke. I was here. What was the reason for your arrest? What do you mean? Well, let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim who he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim really was the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines, but you still ended up here? It told me it had to be him on that day at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly. No, but the videotape is quite clear. Videotape from the security camera. The crime, my crime, the crime, I swear to stamp out. It's there. It's me. It's on the tape. You wait till now. They caught you in 4K? Well, we better go check the crime scene. Yeah, get me away from this dude. I don't want to see him ever again. I'm gonna be honest. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's staying at the chief of detective's desk. It's Police Officer Gant. How do you tie your tie like that? You're sure this is all? You know what it means if there's anything missing? I'm sure. Most likely totally perfect. Under seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again. Right on, my boy. How you been? Why are you saluting? Yeah, why are you saluting him? Oh, they got the music changing everything. And also don't have to listen to that damn megaphone anymore. Is we're gonna be okay? Oh, worthy. Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. No one ever expects the Inquisition. Yep, well, they have no one in trouble with the boy since last year. You mean the incident on Golden Lake? Doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you. That's someone else found guilty in that case. Right up. Yeah? On karma. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it so he was caught for forging. What? I didn't do anything. He did, in fact, forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, I might say. They'd do just about anything to restore the reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What do you mean by that? It's downright odd, I tell you. Detectives getting killed on their turf, too, I mean. The prosecutors, I assume? Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. But that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed on 2 occasions at the same time. It says stabbed, not killed. But evidence is this. Now, Wright, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. This in particular, well, it's a little sensitive. I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. No, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets, can't stand them, but you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives trap shut. He was the one you were picking on earlier, huh? You saw that? Whoops. I wonder what it was they won the chief of detectives. Probably investigate Edgeworth, to be honest. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. I don't know how I could discreetly ask him anything. I guess maybe I could ask him about nothing, actually. I'm just gonna move and leave. I'm gonna go to the guard station and see if he's finally there. Nope. So I guess I do have to ask him. The question is, what do I present here? Like, what? I mean, I guess I could ask him about the crime photo. I was wondering, could you go look at this? Sorry, Wright. I'm through with the stuff. Go find the guy. Can't see him sit still out there, the busy one. The guy can't sit still. Does he mean Detective Gumshoe? Either him or the dancing badger. What about the knife? I was wondering, could you go with this? Alright, and so maybe the ID? Nope. How do I discreetly ask him about it if I'm running out of evidence I can just throw at him? And apparently this is going to be relevant evidence at some point. Is there no way to discreetly ask him anything? I guess I need to go find, maybe go find Detective Gumshoe himself. Maybe he's back at Edgeworth's place. That's the only thing I could think of. No? So there is something I have to present him to discreetly ask, I think. The question is what? I think I presented everything relevant to this case that would elicit a response from him. I don't want to talk to you. What could this actually be? Cause I mean, I don't, because we talked to him, we talked about Ed. Well, it did say maybe we could discreetly ask him. Is it really telling me to be literal about this? Oh, sorry to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Oh, well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check for anything. Okay, so I did actually have to examine and talk to him. He took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So, nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. You even finished writing it. It's a lost items report, but it's only half complete. Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. Yeah, okay. Goodman's lost time report added to court. Well, I sure will get back to investigating the police department crime scene. And so that makes me think that that is connected to that note, because it's 221. Can I go in here? Let's just walk in, it won't open. Okay. I can't investigate the police department crime scene. Let's just explore around again until I see a pop-up. Nope. Maybe, do I present that note to... Do I present that note to Nat? Or Gant? Or whatever? Do I present that to him? I was wondering... Okay. Again, now I'm at a loss again. So I went to the guard station. Okay, apparently there isn't something new there. That's nice. Like, it's like, oh, I should get back to investigating the scene. Just doesn't let me go to the scene of the crime. I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Why do you just keep blankly staring at me, man? Like, it's freaking me out. Now, Wright. Actually, I'm sorry. I didn't need to investigate after all. Wright, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd get, can I borrow $50? I could buy me some nice stuff with that. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. Just because the show, you never know until you ask. And for you here, you can borrow this. Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? It's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. It's an honor. You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. So we have permission, so can we just keep that steak? Looks pretty cool on my lap, well, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Because you're talking like Meekins over there. Alright, so now I can finally go investigate the crime scene. Can I guess I go press on the card reader? The evidence room is beyond that door. We have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in, it won't open. Card reader's turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, well, what made my been being the sky so gray? Why are you here? Why does that have to be him? What's that? Why does it have to be him looked for? As you may have surmised, this here is my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeesh. That card you got there on your chest? That's bearing a sheriff's badge in these parts. Well, what are you standing there for? Get along with guys. The crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. Over here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. I guess this is why I present him the steak. That smell. You've never been to Texas. You're a LARPer. Like, you're just a LARPer. He's not from Texas. No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby? Yeah, Miss Star. What's this? What's wrong? A fully steak lunch. I see. What does it mean? Steak lunch given the officer marshal. All right, Bambina, you win. Ask anything. I guess that's one way to, like, that's Star's way of saying you could trust these people or something. That's what I'm going with. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got a good eye. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us, oh, that poor little doggy, poor guy, keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly. Told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at the station. Well, maybe I shouldn't tell him this, but since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, I might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job. I mean, you drink on the job, I can kind of tell. So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed. Oh, you were just driving your sports car. He was riding down the highway on a horse named Zippy. The horse's name was Friday. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. I mean, the security camera system? I don't take the machines much. Kind of like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? Miss Starr told us something. She said you were a detective. He just also said that himself, Emma. It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved in the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyway? Heard the name so many times, but no one tells what actually happened. There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago, the day of our case, that's right, the evidence transferals. Edward was talking about the transferals too. I guess I'll ask about the security system and the transferals. I know what maybe 2 of these machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, me and machines, well, I like them much as I like stewed cauliflower in my steaks. I never had cauliflower. Well, that's a lie. I had cauliflower before when I was like really young. Because whenever I was in like elementary school on pizza day, they would have cauliflower with the pizza for some reason. I don't know why. And I had tried it once. It was one of the most disgusting things I think I've ever eaten in my life. The easiest one to understand here are the security cameras. These are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of these tapes? I reckon they might be. You're a security guard, you reckon? One more thing. When you go in the evidence room, you need an ID card. Dust the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. So this is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina. Can't show you more than that, huh? I haven't heard whether it's related to the case yet. I just saw a number on that record just now. I mean, that is Goodman's number. Maybe there's some way I can prove this record's tied with the stabbing. Probably with this. See, this is the victim's ID card. That's the one that was in the ground in the parking lot. The number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us that ID card record again. It's just the exact same one that went in at 514. But it says he was... Hold up. It says he was stabbed... It says he died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. It doesn't say he got stabbed at 4 p.m. The fort number is a perfect match. It was used at 4:15 right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But what did Officer Meekins say? I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. What'd he do? That's the thing. I'm so glad I don't have to hear that megaphone in the flashbacks. Oh, if he has to stand trial, I'm gonna be pissed if I have to listen to that thing. If he had his ID card in, how would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre, you win. Guess I can give you this ID card reader. Or record. I've got an idea. Wait, what does it say on it? The evidence room. Okay, I got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. So we know it's Bruce Goodman. So if we can get all the IDs, then... Well, let's go ahead and get the transferal stuff out of the way. Can you explain what this whole transferal thing is about? We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. Kept you under the presiding detective supervision for 2 years, so we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So happens to the evidence after 2 years. It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February. I see now. Transferal, it's like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again, never to be reinvestigated. That happened in SL9 2 days ago. And so, I guess I should... Can I present this to him? The sheriff's back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. About the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand. This is neither Wild nor the West here. But that and this are two entirely different things. I guess so. I'm lost. I am lost myself. I guess let's go ahead and... Well, I'll wait to go in the evidence room. Let me go move around to try and find... Like, oh, he's gone. Never mind, I guess I'll just go in the evidence room, because I wanted to go get the IDs from everyone, but it looks like that's not happening. Oh, I went to the wrong place. I need to go into the guard station, and then go to the evidence room. I don't know why this place looks like is that just a car door? It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. So this is the evidence room? It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It feels cold. It feels like there's gonna be dead bodies whenever I open up those things. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Oh, hi there. Hi. Whoa. Oh. Did you just slap me? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts in the head, pal. So is it true what I heard? Please, do I look like a selfish man? You can go get that $50, Gumshoe, if that's what you're asking for. Yeah, that's true. So she... Well, yeah, I'm about to say, will want anyone $50, even me? So that's what you're talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today. Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief. So now you're boss for a day. First of all, you'll want to have this. Evidence room 4 plans. I'm guessing so when we spray the stuff, we could get all that taken care of. Let me present this. Let me take a look at this. This is the ID card record of people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Ah, I heard the rumors. So it was good. Whoa. What is it? That the second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective? Mr. Edgeworth. What? Second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. Alright, that is, why would he have come to the evidence room? Oh, I've already, did this. I didn't mean to actually present it again. I meant to go look at the second number. Yeah, so we got it again. I wanted to check it, not present it. Okay, I was seeing if he was 77777. Alright, boss for a day. So, Detective Gumshoe, you're boss for the day? That's right, it's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation again. I'm adamant, though. I'm gonna take control and put this case to rest in my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here? Of course, I'm a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I could open. Only you could open. Yeah, I'm kind of more curious about that than Edgeworth. This place is more high-tech than you might imagine. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using an ID card? Well, that's the thing. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my 3rd card since entering the force already. Sounds like a lot. Yeah, but I can't lose my own right. You can lose your own right hand. We do have 2 knives with us. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. Oh, jeez. Why is every beep in this game so loud? It's so much louder than the rest of the game. Like, I'm doing that. Okay, now it makes that so much. I mean, it's sound effects, so I have to either have like normal sounding text sounds, or I have to just get sound my smoke detectors going off. Horrible situation. These are the latest model. There's a trick to these handles. The handles. On the other side of the handle is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, you get a shock. That's what happened when my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So only assigned detectives could do it. I mean, that's nice evidence, I guess, to have. I'm always a believer in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens. So Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee right now, right? I'm trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. Guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. Yeah, that case, the SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can... Why? I think he was one of the ones that did bring up that. This is the stuff over here. What's going on? What is a Saw Paint doing here? Since the dawn of time, true art has always been given a war against depression. I noticed there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of Blue Badger? Well, I might say this is my studio. Here in the evidence room? I'm guessing this is some evidence. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal, making me be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case. The case? The SL9 incident, pal. See the stickers on one of the pieces there? Take a closer look, obviously. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before or whenever it broke. You want to try and put it back together? Huh? Go. There's no job for amateurs. Why? I spent a good 3 hours on that before I'd give up. So always carry around a two. Why do you? I mean, you do carry a lot of stuff around in that bag, so. Well, this piece looks at the bottom. Let's try putting it in place. Oh gosh. Oh no! Oh no! 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 This is uncalled for. Can I just press? So I have to find what fits that piece right there. This? No. Oh, I have to rotate. Oh, that is horrible. Why? Why are they making me do this? All right, so if I need to find something that's dug down, like no, it doesn't go there, does it? Can I can't rotate it anymore. Maybe this one. There we go. Okay, so it just does automatically move. I need to find me a one piece. That? No. Maybe this? Actually, it would be more like this, wouldn't it? No. That would be, this is the top, I know that much. And so what would this be? This is a good question. Not that much, and that I think is in the same boat. And so I think it might have to be this piece. The question is, how does this connect? Not like that. I guess I'm just gonna have to try everything over and over until something works. But that one's definitely the top piece right there. So I don't want to worry about that. Just keep rotating this. Well, that doesn't fit anywhere. That piece does not match that size at all. What? That piece was so small. Okay, that works. This one I think would probably be maybe this. No. Actually this. No. What? Not that. I'm not the biggest fan of this, I'm gonna be honest. Like, these proportions, they don't match, is the thing. Like, they don't match at all. Okay, I don't even get to see that much of a shape there. This is uncalled for. Alright, if it's not that, then maybe it's that? Okay. And this one would probably be this, I would guess. No? Actually, no, I think it's this. This one would be that, even though that edge did not match that at all. And then this. Okay. So, are we still missing? Yeah, we're still missing a big piece. Where's this piece at? Huh, well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it. Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. I kind of understand how it got broken. Unstable jar added to almost a jaw. Can I use this at all? Where's the spray? Spray to use? How do I spray it? I want to spray it. Do I have a spray button I could use? Actually, what's this hand doing here? What is this, blood? But there's a little worn. There's definitely a handprint here. Look like someone tried to wipe it off. What if there are other blood stains left in the room? We should use our testing fluid to check it out. But how? How do I use it? Oh, there's a different button there, I see. Just keep spraying. Just spray and pray. Just spam A over and over until something comes up. Alright, so, I guess I maybe have to spray and then investigate with it? No, that's not what I wanted. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to hit spray on it. What happened to letting me spray? There's, do I have to, like, do it all? Do I have to press this again in order to be able to spray again? Why? Why can't I just spray at any time? I can't spray. How do I want to spray. Let me, do I have to hit, wait, hold up. Do I have to hit examine and then court record? Oh, that is, yeah, that is gross. Okay, so now it will let me view it. I had to spray it a lot. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen it. The murder scene definitely happened here. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, Detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien? We did play Destroy a Human. This is possible. This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. And then probably investigate this hand right here. I knew it. This is someone's right hand. What? What's the matter, Detective? This locker, it's mine. Tears, please. You have to help me. When they come to take me away, promise you'll testify that wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is important and cool. I'll jot down the floor plans. Count on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. Alright, so did the floor plans get updated? Let me go look. Okay, so they did get updated. So I guess now, at this point, it's just to go talk to Edgeworth. That's the only thing I could think of. Move, underground parking, move, and is Edgeworth here? No, I guess there is more I have to do. I don't know where to go from here. Maybe present her this thing? Yes? Okay, yeah, it's hot tea stuff. We're just getting more of the hot tea dialogue. So we need 2 more numbers. I guess go ask for Meekins. That's the next one I could think of. I don't want to go talk to him. I really don't want to talk to him. Officer Meekins, I'm sorry, but maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth. He's passing the buck. It's like a special kind of man that passed the buck to Edgeworth, but wouldn't he know his ID card? Examine, talk to him. Oh, and then it's just more of this. And so I guess there was something more I needed to do back there. That's all I could think of. Move guard station. Move evidence room. Examine. Wow, look at the big pile of junk in the corner. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away. That's one of those human profiles for range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. Is there anything more I could talk to him about? No. So what is it I need to do here? So like I've already did all of that. I don't know what. Does anything seem relevant here? I mean, Goodman's ID is hit, Bill. Let's test the victim. These days, everything cards, secret numbers. I can never relax. That's only because you always lose your card. I always forget my secret number too. Scary, huh? My face should be ID now. What's the world coming to? That wouldn't be relevant. I don't think that would be relevant. I don't think. I mean, it's by him. I don't think it's relevant to the case. Maybe the autopsy. If I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing. Nothing. That's fine. Okay, what about this? Detective Goodman's knife and that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone because the SL9 incident connection. That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case trump now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there's some loose ends left in the case. Okay, so now some of these don't make sense, this case, on what I have to present and all that. Like, some of that just doesn't make any sense. So was it murder? A serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. The killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. This was 2 years ago. That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight and started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence? It was supposed to be all cleared up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. What do you mean? He was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? So, that switchblade knife, the victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? And so, I don't know what, I guess, now what? I'm out of stuff to present. This thing's gonna be different now? If I, if I leave? Not here. Where was it? Move to the underground parking lot. Move into the high pro. What was I supposed to do? Not that. Was there more stuff I was supposed to spray or something? It's either more stuff I was supposed to spray or more evidence. Move, back to the, not detention center. Criminal affair department, and then move to the police department entrance, then move to the guard station, and then move to the evidence room, and then slide on over, and then maybe just examine the locker outright. Well, that wouldn't do. Oh, there's an open locker here. I missed that. This one's open, and the red indicator light above the door is lit. That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'd be hard to get it open if we ever closed it. It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. And there's nothing I guess I could do here. Maybe I'm supposed to spray it? Actually, there's a white glove. Someone wants a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe. I mean, it says SL911. There you go, pal. Make me be some absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, Alright, so we have the rubber glove. Now, am I done with this? Now, can I, if I move all the way to the prosecutor's office, will it let me talk to Edgeworth? If I move all the way over there, going through all these, all these movings? No, I have to go all the way back? What more do I have to do? There's so much. Maybe the only thing I can think of that's left is maybe spraying the glove. That's all I could really think of, I guess, because that's involved with the case. And then I have to do this. I have to go over here. I have to hit spray. No. Nope. 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 Maybe. Huh. I don't know what to add. Not what to add. I don't know what to. Huh. So, is there any? Can I look at this? There's something here sticking out here. It looks like a shirt. It must be evidence for some case. Or Detective Gumshoe put this here. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet this evidence locker was open recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging around too. He doesn't tuck his shirt under that trench coat either. If you're gonna talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. He still looks sad. I guess now maybe I'm trying to think. I mean, if that's evidence for something recent, maybe I spray that. How do I? Oh, you have to hit examine first, and then I have to hit court record, and then I wish there was a better shortcut for this. Oh, there's a fingerprint there. Or I guess bloody handprint there. Why am I getting a reaction? There's no reason for this murderer to touch the spot if he fled out the door. This might be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What's this? It's called luminal testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? I'll have to get some too. I'll just borrow 50 bucks from the chief. Where'd you get this? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I better jot this down on the floor plans. Hey, pal, at the time. But there's something you needed to go doing? Just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm gonna give them my report for the day. Might help, you know. Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he could use a report like this. I believe in him. Who's enemies when you got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. Gumshoe has helped us out so much, man. Okay, so now I can move to the... now I can go all the way to the prosecutor's office and do some... I was just rushing a bit too far ahead. Just a wee bit. Alright, move. My prosecutor's office. Now I can talk to Edgeworth. And... Never... What are you doing here? I haven't seen you in so long. What are you doing here? Oh, it's you. I met some Mr. Edgeworth. I beg your leave. So long. Did you hire him after that case? There, stand by the window, a teacup in his hand. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service. Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes. You brought me the latest information, it seems. Was it helpful? Apparently a new French restaurant is opening here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info's on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. I wonder why. Alright, let's go ahead and do, this. Alright, I better check this now. As I was saying, the record... Edgeworth, you won the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. That's true. Why, Mr... Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. The chief of... Wait, someone's suspicious. He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. It was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it. It says A... Is that A7 or AI16? Stubborn as always. I told you it has nothing to do with the current case. Oh, let me go look at it to see what it says. Okay, so it is AI16. And now I guess I could talk to you about the other stuff. So how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they said to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Yes, apparently there's some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. They've gave control of the investigation over to the police department. Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the chief of police, Gant. I can't do nothing but wait for his results. Why ask you why? All along, I've only done what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of, but still. I'm guessing I think they're trying to set him up. I think they're trying to make sure every loose end is closed on it. That's all I could think of. Is like they're trying to make sure that every single case, the people that are connected to this case because of how big a case it is wrapped up and whatnot. I guess we've been wanting to ask him about SL9, and so I imagine either this or, well, he would have said something more about the knife, so I guess this note. I know you probably got a hold of some information already. It had all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident, and some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You were the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. Must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Tell me about SL9. Or allegations of forgery, actually. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. that wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too. Yeah, it does sound more and more like he's trying to wrap up loose ends. He was a top officer. It was my first time working with him. I was nervous. You get nervous too? What I don't know is why a deputy chief of police on the investigation, or why was it? You know, why was he on the investigation? Truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We're dealing with a vicious murder. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I'll do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science. Huh? Of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminal testing fluid. Well then, you might have a use for this. A woman in powder for taking fingerprints. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Well, let's get going. One last investigation. I do remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere, probably in the evidence room. I mean, that... Oh, she's gone. And so I guess back to the evidence room we go. Where... Oh yeah, guard station. I'm so used to being able just to go straight to the evidence room from like the middle of the chief of the police that like having to go to the guard station. I think of it like going to talk to Old Bag is what I think it's like. Here, in this blood on the detective's evidence locker, we'll just use the secret weapon we just borrowed. How do I... Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that'll leave behind probably the thumb. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Probably the thumb, because it's the one that's like clearest there. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. She started to get that sparkle in her eye. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder. How do you do that? With A, C, A. Looks like that's the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. How do I do that? With Y. Exciting, I know. I imagine you had to blow into the microphone on the 3DS, and so if you had a busted microphone, you're just done for. That looks fun. Might take... You have to press A and press Y. It would take some getting used to. Just pour the powder on thick and pull away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting. And so do that, let it sit for a bit, and then do I literally have to wait a bit? Like actually just wait? Oh, I have to like, okay, I have to like spam spray it on, and then do I have to spam Y or something? Or wait, hold up, what do I do? So there's all that. Okay, I see. I have to like kind of make it. Like, I have to kind of make it, I guess. Aha! You did. You found one, but this looks nothing like a fingerprint. I didn't mention. I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck. The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Look at the locker again closely. Was that always there? Seems that there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside the blood. Was that always here? So can I just spam this and then just... Yeah, I can just spam it and then press Y to... Oh, that's a lot clearer. Is it really not made yet? What am I missing? Alright, let's just do this. Let's just go all around the edges. Alright. How is it not... How is this not done yet? Do I just... The print is so clear, it's dazzling. Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So not done yet? This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? Well, I guess she's right. So how do we do that? Look at the fingerprint data we got. Oh, yeah, he gave us all the data. Point the person that you think matches these prints. How am I supposed to know who it was? I can make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprint are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints are we most likely to find on this evidence locker? Probably Gumshoe, if I had to guess. I'm not even gonna look at it. Also, why do we have her fingerprints? Comparing. Is it gonna be an exact match? All 16. What a nice sound. What a nice stock sound effect. So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe? Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking so what. Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. Hit or miss? I guess they never miss, huh? We just gotta roll with the punches. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's go check it out. Slide. Wasn't it over here? So we get... Right. There was a handprint here. Okay. Want to try using this? Yeah, check for prints. Why don't we also check inside the glove that we found? About to warn you something first. What? The area the blood was wiped away, right? We only have finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, let's try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left behind the bloody hand. Probably the bloody hand. It says dust. Maybe on the scanner. I need to find prints not left behind on. Maybe inside the glove. Oh, yellow tape. I think you're overreacting a little. Do I not have... Alright, then we have to go through this again in order to try using it. Check for prints. What? There's wiped away with blood. We only have finding chemicals, so that means no prints. Don't ask me. Anyway, must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Maybe if I just... Well, I was just gonna press A and spam around, but that works. I'm guessing I found it. All right, there we go. Well, we're finding a print. How long do I have to let it settle for is the thing. Do I have to really just like sit here and let it settle for like a good bit before I can blow it away? Or like, let's just completely coat this thing and then wait, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. There we go. And then this would belong to... That looks kind of like... I was gonna say Gant because it's sort of, but I guess it's actually Jake Marshall. So this is Jake Marshall's locker that was bloody. Why was his hand bloody? Hey, these fingerprints, whose are they? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Why was it all bloody? That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's print. Domino reaction, the blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh, so we have Jake Marshall fingerprints on a wiped blood stain. But why would Officer Marshall? It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. Guess this is what you call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. Better believe it. Oh, now we're done with the investigation. It's on to the trial, and I generally am a bit more lost than I'm generally a bit more lost now beforehand. Now that we have Marshall on the case, that was over an hour investigating. I think that's definitely our longest investigation. Some of them were kind of, but you know, it was a good investigation, I think. I am going to BRB real quick, and then we will continue on with the trial, I guess, and go from there. I'm gonna go grab some water real quick and be back in about, I would say, about 3 to 5 minutes ish, and then like I said, we'll continue the trial. At least go through all the trial. I don't know if there's anything after the trial. I don't know fully if I'll do it. Depends on how I feel after. If I do anything after, we'll probably just finish it all. If not, I'm at least going to complete the trial, and then next stream finish the rest of the game. Anyway, I will BRB. All right, all right, all right. There we go. Give me just 1 second. I am back. Sorry if I took a bit longer than I expected. I think I wasn't the longest. I hope I wasn't the longest. But anyway, let's go into the trial. Take care of it. I also, when I stood up to go get some water real quick, I realized I'm also a lot more exhausted than I thought. Because I have been up, I said I was up a bit earlier than usual today in order to deal with, well, we just needed someone awake to, well, not needed someone awake. I was awake because how loud it is to replace a water heater from mine, the pipe in mine bursting about 4 or 5 days ago. And so, like, I'm a bit exhausted from all that. Just a wee bit. But, you know, it ain't gonna hold me down. It ain't gonna stop me from solving this case. And probably multiple cases the way this is going. So I think, Mr. Wright, I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lena, good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. Hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I missed all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told him the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That is what I'm... Can you stop, like, pleading guilty for all these crimes? Don't tell me you. Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Skye found traces of evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. Do you understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt, isn't that right, Miss Skye? Do we have to do, Mr. Wright? Well, the thing is it's like she knows she didn't do it. Unless she did do it, and we're just busy helping someone that, like, keeps saying, hey, I did it. I did it. I'm pointing that I did it. And no, you didn't. No, you didn't. It's like, no, I did it. They caught me in 4K. I did do it, and we just keep defending it. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Elena Skye. The defense is ready. Prosecution is, I'll figure out to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. This is one messed up trial. One of my duties as a prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I'll present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what set Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. That's supposed to be an admirable trait. Well, being a professional bullshitter does help, I would say. If you don't know what you're doing, just keep going and acting like you do. That's what I do. Doesn't work most of the time, but it does get you results every now and then. This might be one of them. Let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. First witness the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect, you mean the so-called murderer? Please don't tell me I have to listen to that dude. Things are gonna get wild from the get. I don't want to listen to his little, like, horn. Please tell me he doesn't have it with him. Please. Well, the witness, please state his name and occupation. I am Officer Mike Meekins. Occupation is, that would be a murderer, sir. So you're telling us you're a professional killer. It was me. I'm the one who did it. Oh my, I'm so tempted to mute this game just because of that. That is horrible. Who thought that was a good idea? I'm what you call part of the younger generation. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, help me. Officer Meekins, yes? Give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order. Yes, as you wish. After all, I'm part of a generation that must be told what to do. Can't fault him for his lack of enthusiasm. I could fault him from a lot of things, but I guess that is not one of them. Crime report. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. I'm so glad his horn is not in that testimony so I don't have to hear it. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked... Jesus, man, come on, man. Who thought that was a good idea? Who developed this that thought this was a good idea and it should be in there? I want to smack the shit out of him, man. Come on, man. Do unto others before they do unto you. That's what the Meekins family motto. Yeah, and I'm gonna blast blaring alarms in your ear because of this. I see. Then he fainted, and the colleague helped you regain conscious. He knocked me upside the head. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need is more info to work with, and I have to. That means I'm gonna have to press him and like hear that alarm some more. Come on, man. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card. Am I correct? Precisely. I have one right here around my neck. So then your ID should be listed on here, right? Is it? There it is. I found it. This is the one right here. Can you please read us the number? It's 4989596. That's my number. I see. But the number... it's shown being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. The second time is when I went to get him after everything settled down. So that was... it was during the second time when... yes, that's when I was spotted the man on the security screen. And so now we're just missing who 777 is. I was only doing what I was trained to do. I was suddenly attacked. Fought for my life. Then I did it. He did say there was video of it. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into Kung Fu films. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched the knife from him. Took his knife. I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. He must have been desperate. Next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. Then the next thing I knew, punched him right in my face. After that, I passed out. What time did you regain conscious? No offense, but how was I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. According to the report, the officer that woke up the witness was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head too. I woke up crying tears of pain, and that's what I'm feeling, having to listen to that damn megaphone. When I came around though, I made sure to finish my mission. Your mission? The Blue Badger. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. That's what he was telling us yesterday. Well, we need to try and skim more details from him for starters. What was he doing there in the first place? And so I guess press him on that. Why were you there in the first place? You work in General Affairs Department, do you not? I'm in charge of hiring new recruits. That is a very, very scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger. Blue Badger? The lovely police mascot created by Chief of Detectives. Now that is something I want to... is that... wait, is that a... that's a handprint underneath its eye. I see some things here. I wasn't sure it wasn't broken into the transfer process. That was the sole mission for the day. Did you do it, at least? I mean, it sounds like you did. I see. Sounds like a very important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around. I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why I went to the evidence room? Spotted a suspicious man. I think I already pressed this, but... yeah, so... we already got the ID number and whatnot. And we're gonna get the whole reveal that my ID is right there. It's the very last one. There it is. I found it. I want this guy to no longer be on this thing. It's no real mystery. I fought for my life, then I did it. And so the only one I haven't pressed on was this one, I think. So your attack, can you please tell us what exactly happened to you? It was a knife. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. Not exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That is very true. That's when I reacted. Swung arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? It's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins. With regard to that, sir. Here, look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning. Chief delivered it? What is it, a videotape? Absolutely right. A videotape. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? I specifically asked if there was such a tape and was told it had been mistakenly erased. It's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told. It's the only thing I'm good at. It looks like communication police department is good. Yeah, Gann is definitely setting up like everyone involved with the like old case and like closing loose ends. Like he's tying up loose ends right now. He's General Shepard maxing right now. Show us the victim. Stop. Show us the video. Please stop using that word murder. It scares me. A video of a real murder. Just what we're getting ourselves in. It's gonna be like the Smalling Friends episode. We're about to see every single person killing. It's everyone involved with it killing the same person over and over. This is creepy. It's like I'm playing FNAF. Which I'm never playing that game in my life before. Oh, and it's 3D? Oh, that is... I mean, I knew it was 3D right here, but we got some 3D, like... Oh, that is weird to see. I'm not used to this style at all. I'm used to everything being, like, 2D sprites. Seeing, like, them move in 3D, like, that is just weird. Like, that's just uncanny. I don't know how to feel about this. Well, we don't see anything right there, actually. And yeah, he's just not there either. Like, there's no proof that he did anything because there's nothing there. That video was just creepy. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? He just, like, for them, I wonder if it's them. They just finally saw another dimension. Like, if he showed someone a video of us in 4D, how would we react? If, like, 4D SpongeBob was real. What the hell is that wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, this is the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department. It's the Blue Badger. I'm not surprised this isn't going smoothly. Well, anyway, this tape seems to prove the witness did indeed encounter someone. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Meekins? Do you wish... Mystery Man. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question the other person was Detective Goodman. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. What's this about fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to be Detective Goodman. The defense, I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Can I rewatch the video by any chance? Or do I just have the video as evidence and I have to remember all that? Check. Can I not fast forward it at all? I can't fast forward and I can't play. And so I have to just watch all of it if I want to find a contradiction here. I can't tell if he has a glove on or not. Let me look real quick. Does he have a... We see a glove fall out of it. And so that has to, I think, be Goodman there. Oh, and there's no cloth in that locker either. And so... And we can't see his face there at all. Very conveniently. And that would be why he would have a bloody handprint when he goes over there. And so... But there's no question. I mean, he opened the locker, which required his... So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. Well, I'm gonna save Scum right here. So I think I know who it is that he was in a fight with. I believe it was Marshall he was in a fight with. The question is, how do I get now to that? Because we did, like, what's it called? there was 2 lockers opened, one Goodman, one by Marshall, and the only person who we don't have any other evidence that anyone else went in there. Marshall, coincidentally, is the only one that would not give us his ID number. He might not have one, but he just might not have one, and that's might be it. But I doubt they would have him be guarding it if he can't get in there. Let me set myself up real quick. I don't know if there's any evidence for this, and so I guess I'll try maybe press it. However, the most important detail is not shown in the video of this man's face. If I may say something, please do. After all, you're the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock, and it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife in my body. My unsettled state can testify enough to this. Now, a point the footage doesn't lie, that is, unless the defense could find a problem with it. Is there a problem with it? There is a problem, because we do see the Marshall's thing open. There is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. The video contains such a contradiction. It does. I mean, I did see it. I just need to know how I get there. Our proposal. Propose that we have the defense point out to us the alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out. Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Please show us this contradiction you speak of. At the point of the problem in the video, it's the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. Except you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Boys don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How this guy, I mean, to be fair, it sounds like he's a glorified mall cop. Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where's the how do I play? Fast forward. I'm guessing present the fact that the locker opened. That's the only thing I could think of. It is just so weird to see him move in 3D. I do not know how to feel about that. Like that, it is still just uncanny. Alright, and then I hit pause. This is the weird thing. The thing that's strange about this video has to be this. Something that is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it mean? Sorry, I'm right, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. The point, what you're looking for is one thing and one thing only. Something that indicates the man may not have been Detective Goodman. Oh yeah. Almost. I'll play some of the... I did. Do I have to do it in a very specific way? Oh no. Please show us the contradiction you speak of. I have to do it in a very, very specific way, I guess, to point out that thing. So what could it be then? I guess. Actually, hold up. Let me. So I'm trying to remember something. Hold up. How do I? Where's the evidence for how the lockers work? Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. So let me unpause it and to rewind. Oh, the light's already on. So hit pause. Yeah, the light's already on. And then at that point, we would have to... Let's see. Oh, I was going to try and use my mouse to see if I needed to click anymore. I guess I was getting too far ahead of myself once again. Officer Meekins, sir? Do you mean me? As I understand, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint if it's a match. Oh, God. If a light turns on, the lock is released? According to my very limited experience, that is the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. I have to keep listening to this song over and over. It's gonna be in my nightmares. And I guess the glove would fall out because it was being used to prop open the locker? That's the only thing I could think of. on why the glove would just immediately fall out. I think I can kind of see it down there. Like in the bottom. No, never mind. That's on the other locker too. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. I already pointed out the contradiction. Why do I have to watch it in slow-mo? Like, I already pointed this out. Very nice framing to make sure that it can never be seen. Here, notice the light. What's this? It's already lit. It's lit. The locker's already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Order, order. What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When the door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. All I know, it must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert on this. That's not likely. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well. It's gonna show novices should keep their... Yeah, they should, Judge. You should just rule your judgment that I'm right. Do you have an explanation? Me? Yes. Why would I know this? I just know it wasn't locked. Yes, well, you see, that isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Maybe something like jam the system sensors? Or something else that seems out of place. Oh yeah, I thought so. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video more. The locker wasn't locked. Why do I keep having to be the one to prove this? I'm just a lawyer. I'm not a detective. So I guess I thought the glove was jamming it, so I guess I'll point out the glove. Did I get that one right at least? Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. We have to watch it all again. In real time. With no more music at the very least. It is very weird to see all this in 3D. It is so uncanny. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are open. I often fall... Oh. We can't be sure the item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? Oh, we gotta watch it all again? Why can't they just start where the point is relevant, you know? Why can't we just start, like, right here? Or we gotta start all the way at the beginning of the foot. Am I gonna have to start all the way at the beginning of the footage each time? This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. All I understand now is just at my time. 2 out of 3 times I get stuck in the door when I get on my patrol. That just sounds like a problem. But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would have to block electrical currents. It would need to be... It is rubber. But at the crime scene, there might have been something that fits the description. But by insulator, you mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Will the defense please present relevant evidence? What was the insulation? The rubber glove. Because it's rubber. And rubber is an insulator. But we can't be sure that was in the yes, we can. We watched it fall. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? It would appear so. But the thing is, like, why do you say, like, oh, what does this glove have to do with evidence? Like, we just saw the video of it fall out. Like, why? This is the glove. Come on, Judge. Sure believe that then that the victim, whom the witness stabbed in the evidence room, is not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean it? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Me? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Oh, you mean that, of course. Is this a joke? Very well, begin your testimony. Mystery Man 2. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used this card. An ID card record. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID card used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime. Yes, without a doubt, it's the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. 700 cases should have been due for transferal. Why are there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleaned up by noon. Let's move to the cross-examination. I mean, nothing really stood out there that could be like a major part, I guess. There's at the time of the crime, the detective had used this card, but the thing is, like, there's no proof that, like, I should word this right. There's no proof that it was the detective that used the card. It could be someone that had his, like, someone that just had his card, right? But how would I prove that? Because this just says found at the prosecutor's crime office. I don't think that would help me at all, because there could just be two IDs. That wouldn't help. That one, I might be on the wrong track here. So I guess, because, like, I would have this, which would be, well, 777777 entered. They could have stayed there, but we have footage of them entering, and so, but we have no proof that it was that. Actually, did I ever check what his lost item was? I don't think so, actually. I guess ID 597. Like, what's going on there? Halford document dated 221. Date lost. Name Bruce Goodman. ID 5. Item lost. It doesn't say what he lost, and so I doubt that's that. But I just guess maybe I can press him on this. I would believe when he testified that he asked the man to show his ID card. He pulled a knife on you. Yes, he didn't show me any ID. I think that's odd. I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked? Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. What do you think? I'm confused. Problem with the ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we got. I do think it's something on this, and it's either the ID card, or, unless I miss, he got his ID wrong at 5. He wrote 5'9", 5'7", but his ID is 5'8". Maybe did he not know his ID and he didn't? Actually, I think that might be it. It means he wouldn't have had his ID on hand because he didn't know what it was. It might be a gigantic leap in logic, but I'll go. Okay, the music stopped, so I hope I'm right on this. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. Lost items report, it's only half complete, but it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. It's not important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this somehow had to be his ID card, right? Can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. So who was? I mean, I guess Lana at the other crime scene? So what does this all mean? It only means one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather a man who stole his ID card. And I mean, that's why he couldn't remember it on his, like, lost items report. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Well, I'm going to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There were two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room is already unlocked. Second, the victim's lost his ID card. Am I correct so far? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. The victim in the video is a fake, then the murderer in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, security camera does not show the instant of the murder. Guess that's right. Is something wrong? Only moments ago you seemed content to pointing your finger around. This isn't going then well. Ah. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in the video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime can only take place at one location, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office, the murder being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. The trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. And so we just kind of proved Edward's case against Lana, I guess. Not the best move, I think, but I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was a trap from the very beginning. Activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Mr. Meekin's encounter, and where did this person disappear to? However, trial's purpose is only to examine the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor, you have to do something else, Lana. Well, I know who it is. I'm gonna object to it. I know who the person is. One moment, Your Honor. What now? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you just proven. Of course not, but I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? Cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. However, it is connected to the actual case because it is involving the evidence for transferal. I don't know what he's going to show here, but are we going to see even more of this? Is going to show that there was new items added and who it has to be. However, it cannot be said that this is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. We did find the handprint. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth, yes, Your Honor. If the court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared for any other witnesses of this incident. This might just be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Do you mean, Your Honor? The defense would like to request a specific witness. Who do you have in mind? Someone we have a reason to believe knows the truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. Prosecution requests to hear this person's name. Very well. What is his or her name? Well, no, Marshall. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? Can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request since he was responsible for guarding the room. We should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We should need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. Oh, am I already in trial ladder? Or is this just an actual break? There's no stopping you, is there? What do you mean? You call for Jake Marshall? It seems you figured everything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can he be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Oh, am I interrupting anything? Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Now, what did you have to say? What is it, Gumshoe? You got a lot of nerve, pal. Man, detective run around while on duty. Top it off, you call me here. I've seen happy people at funerals. Sorry, detective. Better be. Hey. I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Skye. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? Oh. You mean this? That is a lot of files. Jeez. My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I thought it was you, ass. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. But Lana, I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had him brought here. Here. You might do well to read them. Can't believe you. The chief prosecutor were a witness in that case. She was a yeah, that kind of leads me more and more to believe that this guy is tying up loose ends. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what? No, I brought your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma, why? Why is your name in here? My name's in there, I don't know unless... No, Lana, this SL9 incident, that's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as Joe Dark Killings. No, that's over with. No. What? Emma, wait. She ran away. I gotta be somewhere. This ain't my problem. I'm out of here. Shape Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Grant, Miles Edgeworth, not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case connected to these killings 2 years ago. This can't just be a coincidence. Knowing you, just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial. Best of luck. Where? I guess Emma's not coming back. What happened during these killings? Was she a witness also in these killings? Also, we are just in trial ladder. That was kind of short, like the trial former part of it. Like just a wee bit. That was like 10-15 minutes, I think. That was not that long. I'm guessing trial ladder is gonna be much longer. Court now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Emma didn't come back. I'm gonna call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guard in the evidence room on the day of the crime. He was just drinking in the courtroom. Like, I don't know if there's a law against that. I just don't think it's professional, you know. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you could hear the howling wind calling out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to papers, partner? What do you mean? A desperado's soul is boundless to the desert sands. No paper. Can someone use that knife to shut him up? Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us the testimony of the day of the crime in plain old English. You're from LA. You're a LARPer. Stop it. Stop it. You're not Texan. Like, you're just a Californian LARPer. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make round 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room is protected by 2 security systems anyway. Remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complain. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you know about those. Well, what the fingerprint activated locks of the evidence lock? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? It's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they? This one seems like trouble. Alright, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. You could... I mean, I'm guessing it has something to do with the handprint. Let me save this to save scum a bit. You know, just as you do. I doubt that is true. Just, what would it be? Probably this, right? Yeah. Officer Marshall, doesn't strike you as odd, that is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the day of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here? Explain yourself, partner. Alright, it's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene, or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crib. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be there. But it's in a bloody fingerprint is the difference. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Yeah, looking at his outfit now, like top to bottom, he is 100% a LARPer. Your bloodstained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood is wiped away, however. A luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall, it seems to me there ain't a person in the room with a head on his shoulders. Think you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the bloodstained fingerprints? Very well. You begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. This is gonna be a good lie. Like, this is gonna be a very bad lie, I think. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. One of them just so happened to be the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murder touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or do you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? I had nothing to do with it. How would he know that? The witness explanation seems valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may not cross-examine the witness. How would he know about the rubber gloves? That's my question. Again, like, how would he know about that? Let me look at something actually real quick. Dude, I want to look at these. Perpetrator, dark, crime, serial murder. sentenced death victims: Edward Jones, Edith Kirby, and Chad Bates, Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Neil. Well, that is a interesting name to be thrown there. We have, okay, so Anna and Emma were both witnesses. Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, executive investigators Damon Gantley and Sky, head investigator Bruce Goodman, investigators Jake Marshall, Angel Starr. That's gonna be relevant for later, I guess. But let me. How would he know about the gloves? I'll ask him about that. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep on the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. I think we'd try that too. So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. I've got to find something decisive to pin him to this crime. But what would be decisive at this point? Because, like, I guess I'm just gonna have to press him on everything. That's because, how do you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That, and one more thing. That liquor happens to be mine. What do you mean? Well, and that's how we get a new thing in that video. Because he would go in and out. And so how do I present that? That, hey, this video contradicts you weren't there. This locker I used when I was a detective, the locker I still use, all that's in there now is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? Picture? The seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this: the security tape. So long as my trail isn't there, you can't say otherwise. Please consider carefully we're going this cross-examination. Now then, continue your testimony. Can I present the video here? Before I do that, let me do this. I think I can press the video, right? Really? What? No, I'm not losing health for that. I'm safe scumming that. How? Okay, I know that's like you're in the video. I have the evidence that contradicts that statement. I can't present it. Why? I already have all the evidence I need. I have the statement and everything. Like, is it going to be another one of those things where I have to press the statements to get to the conclusion that I already have? It wasn't mine. It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker's covered by fingerprints. It just so happened. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue the opposite. Chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward for me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Unrelated. There's different night and day, kind of like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast while the other is a type of murder. He's right. Although they're seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? I'll press this as well. How do you know that? And then it's just him keeping up with the case. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves. And then, am I gonna have to press him and then present it? What do you mean by that? You want me to tie this? Isn't that right? If so, the video's the only way to do it. But that video's next to useless. It's full of blind spots, places you can't see. Camera panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations. If you could show us evidence in the video that indicates Officer Are you serious? I presented this as a contradiction, and I had to press this statement instead of presenting the actual video? Come on, man. Like, come on. It was right. I pointed it out. I'm good. I'm glad I saved scum that statement because of this. Like, no. That's messed up, man. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. It shows this incriminating evidence. Why? That's not what I pressed. That's not what I pressed, man. I have to do that all over again. Press, and then I have to skip through all this text. Why can't I just go back to presenting it? Why do I have to go through all this again? Show evidence. Can I fast forward this time, please? Or is it gonna... Alright. Fast forward. Fast forward. I'm glad the music isn't fast forward, I'll say that much. Alright, and then you get stabbed there. And then, let's do this. Fast forward and then present that. I'm hoping this one's right. Bring our attention back to the security camera. These are mistakes I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are the days are exactly the same. Here's some we have to say in 8 words or less. Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Was that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? All right. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. Right there. That locker with the white cloth sticking out, that was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. It was not there beforehand. I got you. I caught you, Marsh. It was you. I knew it this entire time. I even presented the evidence, and the judge told me I was wrong, even though we're using this now as evidence on the exact same statement. The white cloth is gone. What's that mean, this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, we got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and shut in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? You can only use your fingerprint. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to run your parade, but you're the only person who could open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I'll call your bluff. Everyone knows it. Why do I have to present evidence for this? Fingerprint sensor. We talked about this earlier tonight. The lockers can only be opened by detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Is he buying beef jerky? I only got one word for you. No. No, I didn't do it. Even though we got evidence, I didn't do it. Order. Witness, explain yourself. This is a joke. It's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you're doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Oh, hey, please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here. We can? Take a look at these 4 plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? Seems Mr. Wright has an answer. The only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. What am I trying to figure out? Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? He would have to be the victim, right? Like, that's the only logical, I think, thing, right? Officer Marshall will stand right here. But that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. And so that's all I can really, I guess, go for right there. And I mean, I'm right. And I really hope it's not one of those fake outs again. But the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. That's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? Oh, come on. Why did I have to hear that in a flashback? Something about the officer's story puzzled me. The man had his ID card. I need to show it. Yes, he needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer's simple. He couldn't show it. Oh, because it would show the difference between the two faces. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture's on the ID card. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective, unless you have hard evidence proving you're dressed up as the victim. Can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative deposition. He already complained about his beard before. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proven beyond a shadow of doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? How would I have anything like that? I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems like you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. We have proof that he was in there. Like, what more do we need? I'm a defense lawyer. That's all I am. Why do I need more proof? It's so obvious he's the one. It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was starting out. When you run to a wall with no place to go, return the basics. The basics. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. I think this locker was open in the first place. There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time. Yet, he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Chief Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime, and after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of that locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put that cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to answer your questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Take another. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show the. So I guess I have to figure out what the white cloth is. Would it be something on him, maybe? Let me pause when I see him. Nothing so far. All right, well, where's the... Let me fast forward. Nothing there. Nothing there yet. Him. He turns around, gets stabbed right there. No white cloth still. I see no more white cloth. It wouldn't be the blood stain. And so now let me unpause it and fast forward a bit more. I don't know what this shows. Okay, automatically restarts again. Okay, that's actually nice to know. And I can't scroll down for obvious reasons. That's just a bandage on him. I don't know what it is. He doesn't have a white cloth on him either. Let me... wait, hold up. Did that... Okay, you just see his model pop a bit right there, because you can see his arm like kind of like move a bit funky. That's funny, not gonna lie. All right, and so let me... How do I... Yeah, let me rewind real quick. Pause. Let me look at that. I can't zoom in. But I see nothing right there. Play. Rewind. And then if I think it would have to be maybe before this. Pause. I don't see anything right there either. I don't know what this could be. Like, because we're trying to find a cloth. What could it... Generally, what could it be? Like, and I can't save here, so if I misclick, I'm gonna lose, like, some of my health. So I guess why would he need to do the cloth? Is it gonna be something stupid like you gotta very quickly clean up the blood or something? Is that what it's gonna be? Okay, it's gonna be that. How did he clean up the blood that fast? For some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman and enter the evidence room, though I don't know what to do. To what end, though? Yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked. In the white coat, I didn't know his white coat was sort of blood, a bloody white coat. Couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. That's not what I was going for, but I at least got the right evidence in the end. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. If you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you're only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. All right, seems the time has come. What's his confession? I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole a detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. That all just sounds true. So suppose the victim really was you, but there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. No one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he is the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. I really don't see an error with that. To be honest, I think that's just airtight. Maybe pressing will figure it out. When you say it, you mean, do I even have to ask? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since the case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Now, if I had anything to do with it, the incident's not over. What did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When the case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I want to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter the cost. I don't care what anyone says, that case is mine. Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much? That day was my last chance, that's why. I mean, we know why he cares so much. It seems like one of the victims was related to him because they also had the last name Marshall. But no, all that seems airtight. It just seems like an actual confession. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'll be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did the full security camera and the detective's ID card? I stole it the morning of the incident. So it really was why Goodman started filing out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking garage. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could have because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. Again, this all just seems true. He pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off. I'll just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. He definitely is a 1 in a million type of person, I'll give you that. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID? I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. The Edgeworth gets so much influence. Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry I had to turn out this way. To me knocking him out and everything. Oh, wait, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out, and yeah, both of these just seem true. So you did your research beforehand? Those who go in the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I think it would make a difference though. Security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. Someone was in the security room when I came out. Jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So we're seeing is on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room. But the blood found at the scene, like, certainly indicates a crime took place. What, are you blind? The victim showing that tape is me. I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. Mr. Edgeworth, where's that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence? Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, it's a free country. You should remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not, well, not in a courtroom, I think. How'd you do it? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious apparently not for Angel Starr, considering the fact that she committed perjury and still walks free. You can't be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. I'm pretty sure it has to do because his, like, someone related to him was murdered. Let me, like, make sure I'm seeing that right again. Like, victims, Neil Marshall, like, he is connected. Like I said, this isn't your case, this one is mine, and I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness is an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't ever forget the incident, you know why? But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present it with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related to that case in some way. I better take another look at the files. So I guess I'm supposed to present. Am I supposed to? It's not a contradiction, but am I supposed to present this? Like, I know why. It's because of this. Is this the first time we presented evidence in a I agree type of way? I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. So Marshall knows what that does. I'm impressed that he knows what some cactus like tea does to you. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here in a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Yeah, I'm sure you heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right, he was killed, and the case fell into your hands. Well, Judge, you could piece together the same last name thing. He was my brother. He was investigating the murders of Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. I really think Damon Gant's the, like, murderer, or at least, like, he did something very shady and he's trying to eliminate everyone connected in every way, shape, and form. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That's all we needed. He was arraigned in oh, I thought it said incastrated. I was about to say Jesus. Like, I know, like, he was about to be executed, but he didn't have to do. Well, he was a serial murderer. Like, you should do, like, you can do that. I don't know if that's what they typically do on death row, is castrate people too. But, you know, case was fine closed, at least according to public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try and hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened to the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with the resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so we rendered him unconscious and fled. Yeah, this mystery's finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chances, it's gotta be more than that. Like, that had to be planned too. If no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder at the prosecutor's office parking lot was a real one. Which in turn means only one person committed the crime, Chief Prosecutor Lennon Sky. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident in the police department today, but there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me that this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries of the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lena Sky, and the testimony of one Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Arg. I do have a response. I rest my case. Seeing this trial has reached its conclusion, there's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time. It's proven the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera tape really was fake, but I didn't realize that would end up proving Elena guilty. Now then, time for a verdict is right. The court finds the defendant. Hold it. Ooh. Oh, hi. Your Honor, wait. Emma, the defense's objection is signed. Right? What do you mean, right? Well, are you this girl's guardian? In a sense, I'm asking for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dart killings. Now that she mentions it, the name of both Sky sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day, so I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other fingerprint. You mean the traces of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker? No fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much. I found, you know what? I ran over here to scream. I found nothing. You're all good. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school and I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, let's trace the blood are the only clue we have. We can't find something wrong with them. You're a professional. Anyone can say if Lana, it's you. Oh boy, I'm screwed. Now then, with regard to the incident in police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. That is a real thing. Looking at the 4 points, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? I'm sorry I can't be more use, but still, if you can't find anything wrong with the blood mark, Lana will be. Please answer my question. What could be wrong with the handprint on the detective? Could there be something I'm missing? I object. I kind of have to. I really have to do this. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems to be clear is you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at these 4 points. Tell me, is there a problem with them? This is strange. Take a go look at these 4 points. Something is missing. Is something has been drawn on there? Yeah. Yes. Something that, when drawn, completely changed the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't trying to buy time. Very well. With all the evidence here, there's gotta be something I could use. I mean, where's the 4 points? Check. The only thing missing, I guess, is the security camera, and I guess, technically, this thing? But why would that be in the 4 plans? Scene of the stabbing of a detective. It's evidence from 4 points, but is that the 4 points for evidence, or is that a 4 point printout for the evidence? Security video when... Is it this? Why would that... What about that piece of plywood? The blue badge or mask of the police force? Defender of the true guardian of proof? Explain yourself. Please look at the 4 points of the crime scene. The blue badger's not here. So watch what happens when he would block that locker. This is where he was dancing. So yeah, he would block it. Well, but what? He sees. That's right. As long as the blue badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What? I mean, that might be... I think that's Lana's hand, if I had to guess. Because her hand is also bloodied. And so I think that would be her hand from beforehand, and she probably stole the evidence. The question is, why? Maybe the same reason? Means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found in that locker. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So I mean, this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in? Just one moment. Oh, and now, wow. You have allowed so much more far-fetched stuff in your courtroom. You've allowed so much here. May sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once but twice. But how? One time was captured on the security tape taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which fell a trivial amount of blood. The problem is the other time. I have to watch all the way through. I know what happens. I've seen this video a million times. I'm a stan of this video. Someone blood prior to struggle on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. There's no proof that it is connected here. Assuming this murder report really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first I mean, we have the evidence that said he was stabbed at 4. Or at least it happened sometime after 4. Prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall was posing, another incident took place in the evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, and tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Now then, when did the first crime take place? Probably died within an hour and a half of 4. Huh? What? The first crime took place before the Blue Badger was brought. Say, when was the Blue Badger brought there? I mean, probably, but then you don't see multiple people entering here. Probably this. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, the killer had to enter it. In order to do so, an ID card would be required. ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50. The crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? Never figured out a nerd, boy. Drop the eyewitness. Didn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. No, but I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the liminal test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's not possible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. It would have to be the guy at 420. 77777. Talk about a lucky number, but wait, that doesn't make any sense. How could Detective Goodman... Well, you could just have someone open it for you. Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only... So they entered with him because he was supposed to be cleaning out evidence, and they killed him after he opened his locker. He went in with 7777. Mr. Edgeworth, look into this ASAP. Please find out whose ID number is this 77777. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Fortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of ID of that card, at least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. It belongs to someone of a rank of captain or higher, someone who is a, call it, executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire to such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted, an official charge. You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor office operates. I take pride in my work. I would appreciate if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Let me ask a question. Not to you, to her, the defense sitting over there, your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid, she's been charged with murder. Of course you've looked up her ID number, it's not 777. Don't play me for a fool, that's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. That trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Is she going to be on the stand to say this? Or oh, she's going to be on the stand. Do you need the witness to repeat his question? Just say one word, say no, and walk away. I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. The time occasionally we felt the powerlessness of the law, at least I did. What? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law, but before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. That's what he's saying. I'll ask you, did we have 2 stands? During the trial 2 years ago, did you really present all of the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? You didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crime requires drastic measure. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to do in order to get him the verdict he deserved, even if it involved forging evidence. Well, this isn't your case, right? You're not involved in the forgery crime. You're just need to clear her. Do not worry about it. Do not pick up that case. Do not take an L. It's not your problem. See? That's what I'm talking about. Where is he standing right now? Order, order, order. Minus remarks caught. Oh, it's just skipping right through. I guess it's saying like the trial will have to be another, like the rest of the trial have to be another day or something. Definitely did cause quite a stir, I would imagine. Just a wee bit. I mean, that one went a bit faster than I thought, not gonna lie. Okay, I don't know why it's doing that. I was busy trying to check something real quick. Wondering, do I have... What time is it? 9? How long have I been going for real quick? About 3 hours. You know what? Part of me is saying just, you know, screw it. Part of me is time just to go all the way. Go all the way through and see what happens. Well, not see what happens, but finish it all out. I think I have time for all this. I think I could nail it. I think I could nail, you know, make this the finale of Ace Attorney. I think I could do it. Let's solve this case once and for all. I say this and it's gonna be a long ass trial, ain't it? But let's do it anyway. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Oh yeah, like that, but that's not my problem. That's just the way it is. We had to do it in order to get him the verdict he deserved. Given that that's not my case. That ain't me. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dart killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings with me. Lena wanted him convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened. It's all there in the files. Joe Dart's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. What did you have to do with those killings? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dart tried to kill me. Officer Marshall's brother Neil was only trying to save me. So that means you, yes, I was a witness. You didn't see that one coming? Hey, how about you read the files you were given? It's like right, it's right there. Witness Emma Sky, like she's right there. She was a witness to a killing. She was right there. Happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning dinner together once she finished her work, and suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dart. He has the same circle eyes that that one dude has. Like, I don't know if it's a stylistic thing or if it's the same guy. Do you think it's running from someone? He pulled a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Joe Dart tried to take me hostage before he could. He tackled him. Then what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out suddenly. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. I feel so bad for her, man. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dart knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. He was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Elena was cradling me in her arms. Yeah, I could definitely see why Elena would feel very, very strongly about it. There was no judge, no nothing here. Oh, I guess. I couldn't bring myself to testify about it in that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't very... Yeah. Be very understandable why you couldn't. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I said that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. So I guess, did Lana know about it? I remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, That's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. Even though Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Elena was never the same. She became cold like she is today. Yeah, like that. Even though she did it for reasons I 100% understand, I can definitely get why she cannot talk to Emma like straight anymore. There's something that's been puzzling me. You said you were in Elena's office at the time, right? That's right. Then why would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? There's no mystery there. He'd been taken in for questioning by the of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview, fled my sister's office. But why do you run all the way over your sister's office? Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator. But Elena was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Elena was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. After the Joe Dart case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. I guess that's like, they did say everyone that was involved with the case that was a detective was removed from the case. Like, they did openly say that. I guess we should probably go, yeah, talk to her about that. Hi there. Elena. Mr. Wright, seems I keep causing you trouble. Given you forging evidence, that's not my case. That's a you thing. I am not involved with that. You forging evidence in that case does nothing but your murder trial, in my opinion. Falsifying evidence, I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lena, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Emma told me about you. Oh, how you were a detective 2 years ago? Now the SL9 incident was the reason for your transferal to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Can you fill me on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs. Suppose I have a right to know? I do. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. I have a feeling Gant is heavily involved with this and he is covering up it in some way. Like, there's no way he is not involved. He has to be the one that's 77777. The question is just, how is he involved fully? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked on the crime scenes. Damon Gant, he was everything I inspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. But now you're chief prosecutor, what happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation. Yes, it doesn't give me the option. A lot of revelations were uncovered at today's trial, and not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you. I believed in no matter what happened, you always stick to the truth. Couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lena. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lena, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've seen Elena look so phased before. It might be she's doing it to help cover up something even bigger, if I had to guess. And like, pretty much, you know, she promised to be involved. Well, not promised to be involved. She knew she had to be involved with this to keep the like some stuff silent, and that's why she went along with it, to keep this case going or keep the case closed or whatever. 2 years ago, a second in command of the detectives investigating Dart. Second in command, that means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That's when his final murder took place, when he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dart. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dart that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dart must have suddenly panicked. So we waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you're the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark incurred a minor concussion and lay there unconscious. What'd you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room. Yeah. No, I get that 100%. Yeah. Can't blame her after all her sister. Yeah. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite the coincidence. I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident just by chance. That case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came quite a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? In the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Well, I mean, it's telling me where to go, so I guess underground parking lot. Oh, no one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone probably busy looking at exactly what went down in the evidence room. That must be where detectives are. We're proving in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room, but we proved that something happened earlier. Yeah. I thought we were finally making some headway in our case, but instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Okay. High prosecutor's office. This is where I was told to go. Mr. Asher, maybe it's being questioned by inquiry committee. It's got a real beating court. Yeah, Lanning admitted to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. Guess we'll just have to come back later. I mean, I don't know. I was told to go to the office, but where would it be? Probably here, I'm guessing. Hi there, Marshall. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. Never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Guess there, sir. Never know where life will lead you, Bambina. I sure know my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why'd you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about the trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's alright, but in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. Question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that the knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. That fact probably was considered a forgery. That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind? What are the scars? There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. Now they're careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are we talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Atlanta Sky. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Atlanta Sky. There wasn't a person in the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both their careers. After the case ended, Atlanta transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Emma said something like that. Atlanta even admits to it. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Alright. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. Yep, the King of Prosecutors. I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have never been close to his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. And it was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years have gone by already. Try to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered and the evidence locker was empty. So there you have it. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly something. There's one thing for sure I found in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I'll blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. You're still a LARPer, but I can say you're kind of more of a real one right now. You're a heavy LARPer. There's no doubt about that. We gotta fix that up. But everything else, you're doing pretty well for yourself. Today's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. But the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do with Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. If this was Uma Musume, just Thanksgiving and the holidays. Think festive, or festive is the word usually used for this. We like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top. Really? I mean, it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Move to the chief's office. Oh, this is... I really like that organ. I would love to play that organ, not gonna lie. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what's said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. Is it real? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I would have loved to play that, to be honest. I never could remember where C was. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? I've been kind of busy. Can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and landed this provocative statement. Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. Is that a knife in her hand or a... Okay, that's a... Okay, I see. That's not in her hand. That's being held by a guard. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not quite right. Can't seem to put my finger on it, though. Does that match this? It's missing the sword of the statue. Well, I found the thing that's weird about it already. Seems like I got that taken care of. Anyway, I like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm gonna lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, there was the crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case so long since been over. There's no need to investigate anymore. All the same, we like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate anymore. I'll hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Alright, so he definitely's up to something. Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems the case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You like a clue? There has to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. We can try and go back. Hey, pal. Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt from sitting so long. Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? No. Why ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like a battle between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? Yeah. That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now, Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Can you get us in the... Can you get us in there, please? But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Sky's the guilty party, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey, Dick. Keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime. Okay, Dick. Yes, sir. So you don't have any problem with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth might just crack. Actually, took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. Seems genuine concern for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. You mean, when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Well, I have the some girl. Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was a girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written here, okay? His powers of recollection never fails to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Sure. Where's the murder weapon? There we go. About this, hey, is that tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it? I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What were you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed at night's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Say it, yeah, quit before you forget. Like, I need to talk to him fast before he forgets. Like the other thing when Drake can wait, or Dark can wait. This knife, it was Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it, plus had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at this knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. I don't... At the same time, does that really match up to what we were told is the thing? Because we know he falsified... There was falsified evidence involving the murder weapon. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of crime. He's just your run-of-the-mill businessman. What made him go to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but transformed him into an animal. Once he got the taste for blood, he just couldn't stop. He turned into like a GTA criminal. Like once you accidentally commit a crime with like someone jaywalked in front of your car in GTA and you hit him with it, you kind of just say screw and just let loose. So you start firing RPGs in the middle of the streets. Like you just start like just firing indiscriminately, like stealing tanks, like depending on the game, stealing an airplane and just then jumping out with a parachute and letting it crash where it may. Like, you know, I get it. Like, you know, like he would just like he took GTA a bit too seriously is all that happened. Like, it's understandable. He killed him. Killed by distance. So he killed him too. Then he was burying the bodies. A jogger came upon the scene and he was killed as well. So he finally turned himself in. I really, really wish I can look at a transcript because that just auto-played. Well, I'm surprised there's not a transcript in this. Seems he's a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in? Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. Crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. Chief's out now and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with a breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh, sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID? It was Detective Goodman's? That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh, so in other words, Gumshoe's our only chance of getting in that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. What about this photo? Let me show a little advice. Oh, okay. What would change his mind here? So we know this, it will be connected in some way, because we got this parking stub. I forget if we used it yet. Maybe SCID card report. Yes, there's only one number left to investigate at 4:20 p.m. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone else was an executive office number. That's 172 too many, Detective. Executive officer. Might just have a hunch. Does that? Okay, so I still can't talk to him, but is there something we can show that make him change his mind? This? Somewhere. Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief can't? Where could I have seen that before? Was it the office? Now, how do I present that it was in his office? Would that not... Maybe it says brought back to his office by Gant's request. Okay, so it's not that either. Oops. That's not what I wanted. And so maybe it's I have to present the spray. Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too. It's not a new type. I've never seen that ball before. Add 3 inches to your base height. Base height. Hey, let me see that. Blooming, tall, new and improved growth. You mean this can't detect any blood traces? It's not the same thing as liminal. So that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face. So it didn't help us with the case at all. We just find out that he gets scammed. That's actually kind of like funny, not gonna lie. But what can we present to him outside of maybe there's nothing to like really I can't. I'll just leave, I guess. I can't think of anything else. Anyone else in the underground parking lot? Is he back? Oh, he's back. Okay. That works. High Prosecutor's Office. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing? Oh, this, I don't think I've seen this sprite before. Sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? Had to live with 2 years of rumors flying around. What, another allegation to me? What's another allegation to me? I guess, I think is what he said. I can't go look at the transcript. Cheering up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people I don't have all day. Can I grab this piece of paper? I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe at the window? Oh no, he's fallen to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl is doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? A letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. You better not be resigning. I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. None of it's your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. The path I've walked just hasn't been just one. Can't forgive myself for what I've done. No one else should forgive me either. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. I wonder if I could use it for... Okay, so we just, I guess that's evidence. Can I present it to him? They say where there's smoke, there's fire. Apparently, I was so caught up in the smoke, I lost sight of the truth. Edgeworth. The others are right. I have no right to serve as a prosecutor. We're only doing your job. I've always made my own decisions about what I can or can't do. That hasn't changed. Forgiving myself is something I cannot do. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. I guess I could use that later. It's a special tool I use for later. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all boils down to, and nothing I can do can erase that fact. No, you didn't know. I mean that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department error is my error. My responsibility is the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuse I might have. Take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why does it all come to this? You're just a huge NSYNC fan. You just tell me why. Tomorrow, Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. Seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. Never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove a suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. I guess I can present it. I think he'll point out the trophy has an issue. This picture was hanging there. I guess we snapped a photo of it or something. Looks like this was taken when you received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall's holding is a little different from yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That's the official prosecutor trophy it looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? I mean, it would be probably sword and shield for prosecuting, stopping contradiction. That's what the award's based on. I guess, never mind, my theory this entire time was wrong. I guess I'll ask about it. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Yeah, Emma, I don't know if they're enough to recollect it, but you can say it. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. And wait a minute, that's a contradiction. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. I mean, I hope that's a real story for how it was like formed, because that's actually a good one. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to a conclusion, even if the result is something as ugly as this. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, why were we only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. That makes me think that that was the murder weapon. And that's why it was broken off inside of him, was the broken off piece of the statue. So was an innocent man executed? Can you tell us about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I never care for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving rewards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. You can't do that. Well, I guess... No, you can't do that. I don't know if I've seen an award show that just doesn't let you do it. I don't watch award shows. The only thing I think I've ever watched was like the Game Awards, and even then, I think all but one time I've just read the results after. But the one time I watched, it did happen. And so I'm gonna say it happens in all of them. Finished up the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. Finished up with the office. There's odds and ends and clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back. This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? There's a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So why would you have to bring that back, though? That's right. Can I present it and ask why you had to bring it back? Come on, Wright, you should. But this isn't related to the case, remember? You said so yourself, so I did. Chief Gant gave this to you that day, didn't he? He asked you to bring it here from the police department. The chief is a very competent man, but sometimes he does things that don't make any sense. At least it's better than being incompetent and doing things that don't make sense. A certain detective comes to mind. So I guess maybe I can now... Can I go talk to Chief Gant? Oh, never mind. Excuse me. Oh, hi there. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? I guess she's out of lunches. You're starting the cure store, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked on a cow's nipple. That is one way to phrase that. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to a mere coincidence.
Are you forgetting something? You know, that little scene that happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Starr's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. Probably never forget, to be honest. I doubt it's not even like a won't soon forget. It's an I won't ever forget. Which trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her. Lana Skye. The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. I guess I'll ask about the legendary duo. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation of Lana's second command. They were the best. They solved all kind of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism. By that I mean his ability to track evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in all the cases he handled. That has to be forged. Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as she lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. The Star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why she had to turn so cold after that? I mean, because she forged evidence. Like, she probably knew what she did was awful, but she knew, like she said, she sold her soul for it. The legendary pair were the reason we were able to keep our investigation. That's why we're so shocked over how it turned out with the forging of evidence. Don't get me wrong, Joe Dart got what he deserved. It was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept in secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. Or proof enough of what happened. After the case, all of us save Goodman relieved of our duties, most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. She always wanted to be a prosecutor. That thing's quite as simple as it appears. Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Yeah, she was being used by, you know, the guy forging all the evidence, running all the stuff, won't let you investigate scenes of crimes. That guy might be a bit suspicious. Think to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. That's why Lana was transferred. If he can control the chief prosecutor, he can control the prosecutor's office. I mean, he would then, yeah, he would control both branches of the prosecution side and all that. He would be both the police and the prosecution. So no matter what he wanted would turn out that way. But how could he have control over Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she hadn't been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. Finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fighting cuisine. I've been trying to be a better chef than I've been. I don't think there's anything left for me here. Move. What about to Chief Affairs Department? Can I go to the office? Oh, you're back. You're still here? Gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I can go for some coffee right now, I'm not gonna lie. I'm turning to a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think you mean desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. Gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'll be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene of the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There has to be something we can do to make him change his mind. Nothing new to talk. Do I have any new evidence to present? I guess this would probably do it. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way. Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? Can't believe they pushed him this far. He feels really responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. You know, every time I hear cold as ice, I just think of, I forgot I just think that Cold as Ice, like the one song. I don't know if it's a Nightcore remix or it's just naturally like that I've heard. But just the jump map in Osu. He trusts us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him. Detective. That's it, I made up my mind, but take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another loose items report. Look at me. So I was sticking Mario out of the loop. After all, I'm friends of Edgeworth. The problem as the case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. So, let me do this for Edgeworth's sake. Gumshoe really is just a real one. Well, that's gonna let me in here. Here goes, Mr. Wright. And imagine they have like the ID of who like scanned in here and everything. Just don't touch the organ this time. Oh, there's a safe. We're in. If anyone finds us now, if that happens, I'm kind of need to bail me out. Did she just slap Gumshoe? Or she slapped me? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Detective Gumshoe. I was thinking I was worried something might go wrong, so I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, do you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's just see what we can find out. I got a bad feeling about this. Alright, so I got two things I could talk to him about. Let's go ahead and I guess just to get that over with. That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Elena on that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk. No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who was here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. It can't possibly... I don't believe there will be no clues remaining. Can I ask you something? You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be, no. No, there's no way. Never mind, don't worry about it. Okay, now then let's look... Hey, hold on. Not so fast. What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just... I mean, to be fair, sometimes it is a good idea just to let it go. Plus, we're kind of on a time crunch here. Sorry. Okay, what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What do we think of him? I do think he's a suspect. Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. They're going to ignore me again. Let's go take a look around. I mean, there's this broken safe. I mean, I want to look at the broken vase right there. Alright, how about over here? Shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the shelf. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to that theme park. It looks like a flower from back here. This was Lana's desk. It sure was tidy. She's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? Chief Gant must be keeping it clean in memory of the partnership. They were the stuff legends have made of. In memory of the crime is what I'm going with. There's not way there would be anything else over here. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to just crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I'm just saying. Ever since making Detective, I always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has lots of dreams, so long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. Yeah, he's not fired yet. This is taken on that day 2 years ago, the day Joe Dark ran out of questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, then went with Chief Gant to question Drake. But I never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? Like you think, man? Like, I don't think I doubt he would know he was gonna get murdered. But the size of it... Yeah, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice. Yeah, we heard that from Edgeworth. Look at the case's name. SL9 incident. Detective, what did you say? I said, I wonder... No. Not this evidence list. Normally they're twice as long. Guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. We heard that... Yeah, we heard that from Edgeworth. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It appears so. Okay, it was ripped in half. Oh, it's let me click on the desk again. Mr. Edgeworth had other... What would this list be doing? We better look a little more into this list. Probably present it to, I'm guessing, Edgeworth? This is the safe, isn't it? If you... It looks like a code needed. So how do we get this code? 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is. I mean, I'll just do... You know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's... Can I enter it now? I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. I think it'll probably just be a bunch of 7s because that was his ID number. Is that right? Okay, cool. That worked. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? The final ID card on that record. The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean... Yeah, that amount of 7s. I think you're 1 7 shy this time. It's gonna mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Yeah, probably want to look inside the safe, if anything. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a... Oh, it's a piece of that vase. There's something else in here, too. Piece of leather cloth. Interesting. There's a hamper, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up this design? I don't think so. Oh. Well, it was just a thought. Is that it? Is this all that was in the safe? Apparently so, it's empty now. Piece of cloth, a hamper on it, a broken shard from a cup. They look like piece of evidence. Yeah, but unless you could prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take him. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Come on. I guess I need to present this broken thing to tell him it's related to this. I remember when the 3 of us put that back together. Oh, those were the days. It's kind of... That was just yesterday. What is a jar, a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, the fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yeah, that one. That was in the safe. Now you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Here. Let me take this shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead. Show us what a rookie can do. Here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, I'll prove how cheap can't. Oh, I have to... Okay, I just have to do it once. That works. That's all I had to do. There. Physical charm. And that, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in a safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. This piece you just attached, it's different from the others. Oh, is that... There's a reddish line on it? Reddish line? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in a safe? Alright, so now I need to probably get evidence for the cloth, if I had to guess. And so, to get evidence of the cloth... Maybe this? Of course, the dude was like a mentor to me when I first started out. He even gave me a small cactus. He said, Dick, show us all your troubles. Detective Gumshoe likes to talk the cactus. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Oh, he's not gonna be a patrolman for much longer is why. So I guess do I have to prove that... I don't know... I mean, I guess since there's a handprint on there... What? Is this the... No, that's the liminal. Can I test the fingerprints? Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea. Alright, go to town. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Come on, this isn't time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I know that the one with the handprint. Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? I don't think you knew that. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna just imagine that he did it. Let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then once they've been absorbed in the prints, put the... What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told this a million times. Let's just get this over with. Do I have to do it the entire thing, or just like, can I just do it here? Can I hold it down? No, I have to like tap it over and over. And so let me just let it settle. And then I'll give it about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is one ugly fingerprint. But it doesn't look like we get a clear result from this print. Let's try a different finger. Maybe this finger. We'll go with that one. Like that was a pretty muddy up one. I think we did that right, but now let's wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yeah, I don't think that's good enough either. And then let's try his middle finger. I could see the somewhat square that like comes out whenever you press this down. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There we go. I thought I had it, but no, apparently that's not enough. Like that is a very, very clear fingerprint. Is this not enough? How much more do I need? All right, let me, I guess, like, just completely soak this thing. All right, 1, 2, well, let me cover that up. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There we go, finally. That would, I'm imagining, be matched to, let's go look, not him. Is that Atlanta Skies, but inverted? Oh, that's no good. I don't like that at all. Emma, please don't tell me. Emma, please. You didn't do it, did you? Please don't tell me you're the one that did. No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be dark prints. Hey, you over there. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. I'll just keep this information for here. Maybe we should hold on to this. Maybe that's why Lana faked the evidence? And so it was blackmail, and hey, I have the evidence to put away Emma if you don't comply. You were a lot of help. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. No, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Is that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant, we didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run to a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. You mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir, sorry. Oh, you in the coat? Drop your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out. Yes. Like I said, I think it's very clear you've been fired. Been on our way to... Then wait. You, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me? I'll like a word with you. But you with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright, do not leave her alone there. No. You fight tooth and nail to make sure nothing happens to her. Right, what are you doing? This is why Maya left. No. You stay there until you're kicked out. You fight and, like, do not leave her alone there. Look, pal, I told you 1,000 times, the chief office is off limits, but no, you just had to go sneak in there like that, didn't you? They said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office. I can finally start to get the picture, but why has she kept eerily silent about this? You listen to me? I'm trying to smooth things over with the chief later. Good luck with that. We need to probably go talk with Lana. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police want to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Yeah, we need to go talk with you. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. There's no steam about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I've been doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. I've already told you all I can. What you told me about over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's working behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. Seems Edgeworth was right. Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed, I believe, is the term he used. Yeah, why are you keeping quiet? I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth, it's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded your silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is the person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposed... Probably Damon Gann. Well, Miss Guy? Mr. Wright, you're adjusting the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. Take it she's still not ready to spill the beans? My apologies. Can you please tell me more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Well, Theon Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did, specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered the evidence was you. He had access because I was in second command of that investigation. But one other. Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Probably this evidence list. I just found this in a safe, and jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touche, Mr. Wright. As you surmised, I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means I'm found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You possibly can't expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder, Detective Goodman. Perhaps I should say, follow orders. I think there was a long trial at the end of a war involved how just following orders in a lot of cases is not a valid defense, Lana. Yeah, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected, despite what everyone believes, you're not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, the SL9 knife was stuck in it. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That knife would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes. Seems I got blood on the victim's shoe as well, and then... She saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? So, that's why she stabbed him, and there's photos of it, because he was already dead, but... Why shouldn't you hide Drake's knife? Because there's evidence in SL9. And then you would know that someone did. It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. And so that's why she put it in the muffler and was trying to tell Emma muffler. Probably to try and get Emma to take the knife and hide it? Right, then I called my sister to tell her what happened and ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. Bad feeling. Truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call to patrolman Jake Marshall. Why would you call him? The lead investigator for SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden. I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust, or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. You mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? I mean, yeah, that's what it sounds like. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you, but Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Good, because the judge keeps thinking we're both instead of just a defense attorney. Now, please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. I have a feeling it's gonna be something dark, like Emma was the one who did it. And I don't want that to happen. Please. Please, no. I have to figure out what happened 2 years ago, to be continued. And so I'm assuming all that's left is the trial, right? Like, we just have the trial. So yeah, obviously I want to save. I believe it's the trial is all that's left, because there's no way there could be more. But anyway, I'm gonna go grab some water real quick, and then just take about a 3 to 5 minute break ish, and then we will do what I'm assuming. I mean, it says final day trial former, and so we'll take care of the rest of the trial. Anyway, I will BRB. All right. It is time for the final trial. I did not think I was gonna get here today, to be honest. I thought I was gonna be just a bit exhausted, but not too exhausted, because, you know, I had a bunch of stuff going on with, you know, the water heater pipe exploding and whatnot. But we're here. It says final trial, so I'm assuming this is the last trial. Now, how many parts there's going to be to this trial? I'm assuming it's just going to be former ladder, to be honest, now that I think about it. Because we did have a long former the first day. And so if there's one that's going to be long, I imagine it's just going to be bad again. This is defendant. Well, I'll be all right, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth, knowing you've already figured it out who the owner of the 777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True? Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from the list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Scott would be found guilty, but she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something. The only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. Truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today is the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. I do like Edgeworth's character, not gonna lie, but yeah, the ball's in Edgeworth's court here. Remember, we're gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her? It's now. February 25th, 10 a.m. The side of our last trial. At least for this game. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is where the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Hi there. Morning, folks. How's everyone been doing? Hey, it's been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I could top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted a request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. This is not going to go well. What's all this about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. What's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21 of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana. You can't. Your Honor, the defendant claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I'd like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented... Well, our last trial is about to go very fast, it looks like. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be... It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant. Is anyone going to object? Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. Shout out Edgeworth here. Look at this. Edgeworth, like, I was iffy on you the first time you were introduced, but, you know, this chapter and the last one, you're somewhat goated. Prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come on, Worthy. I understand it's a difficult time for you, but why don't you be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal. Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As first witness, I'd like the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure to truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be even a greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live the regret. You'll live the regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. To be fair, it's his reputation on the line. Like, him taking a loss here would be a good thing for him if it goes the way he thinks it's going to go. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name's Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Landis Little... That's not a job. To 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave it a pass. To be fair, if Edgeworth is saying it, he's not like me where I would bring it up, you know, pointless, even though it's not pointless. He thinks it's pointless. Edgeworth is a lot more straightforward. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead the truth behind this trial. You're involved in one really messed up case, my man. I was waiting for my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. God, admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. Defense may begin its cross-examination. He is literally just throwing you like he's throwing you like an alley-oop and hoping you do like the Michael Jordan Space Jam throw, where you just like throw it in from half court. I don't. Did she say what she saw? I guess she did. I mean, is there any... The man raised his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall, and I forget what I saw. I mean, I guess... There's no contradiction in any of this, and that's why I'm a bit... like... in a... not confused is the wrong word, but in a bit of a conundrum here. And so the only thing... based on the way this game is gone, I imagine it's either I have to press on everything, or I have to press on this and say, like, tell me more. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark and then the lights went out. The lights. It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but then lightning flashed out again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Hear more, obviously. So you spoke to Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. You told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Picture, I think she... well, ask about the picture, of course. This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Can you show us the picture? You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I did draw it. I swear I'm not just imagining it. Picture, the image draw reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. So is there some evidence that she... that picture reminds you of what? What would the picture... check. Does this... I don't see what's on it is the thing. Yeah, I can't see what's on it. And so, if it's some... I drew a picture, but it seems to have been lost. Maybe, is it the... let me do this before I present. Part of me's thinking it's the list of evidence, but I'm not 100% sure. If it... because it says it was ripped in half. Would that be it? Okay, I just saw... when you hear it go sound... well, to be fair, I've heard it go sound, I think, before, and I'd be wrong. But, Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you insist on denying its existence, huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, this is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. What's this? Oh. Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed, the two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing at that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list, huh? These lists are different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened 2 years ago. Only half the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? Oh yeah, we're about to expose a lot of this, a lot of stuff. But Miss Skye, why'd you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If the list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, and there might be more the drawing in the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. That is quite convincing, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let me see. Did he never flip it over? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There's indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Why is that there? That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated. Very well. Witness, may you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Yes, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. Was she the one who designed the thing? This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. The picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradiction here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about the murder prosecutor Nero Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. To be fair, like I said, like, if she drew the entire thing, did she draw both things? I'm gonna ask you about that. Or hopefully. Sorry for asking you so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks to the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew the picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, there's something that's bothering me about this picture, huh? Oh, well, that's strange. She claims exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. Well, I guess let me just press on everything and see. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was such in a state of shock. I mean, that's fair. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge under the direction of Damon Gant and Elena Skye. The memory should have still been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why the picture's painted all black? It was all you could see was shadows. At the time, I didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall would come to your rescue. No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright and I was not to the fore. Or not to the fore. Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flash? I mean, that is... I mean, I feel so bad for her for having to go through all that. You didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. You really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture shows... So there's probably a... I imagine the contradiction is here if there's a contradiction. The question is... what exactly would be the contradiction? Because it's everything that's like the picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant, like in that instant. But what could it? So it does like oops. I guess we have this, but like that might be it. But what else is there? Switchblade knife, maybe, but that I don't think that would match it. Stabbed in the back, died from a puncture. Maybe it's either this like cloth or the mascot, because does the evidence list show? Okay, so the evidence list shows all that. Actually, let me look at something. So if you flip that sideways, I don't know what that would look like, but maybe she did write that down or draw that. Stabbed in the back, died from a puncture harder in the lung. The knife tip was the wound. So he was about to be stabbed in the front, though, is the thing. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. But I still remember it like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it'd be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. Oh, this is gonna be tough. Oh no. Because, well, I was right on that part. But the thing is, this? The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you'd see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? The tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. I'm glad I actually saw that one. Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand? Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does it mean? Oh, there's a lot of objections going on. The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at that time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. There's no other way to explain this. Oh, the forged evidence would do it. Not so fast, there's another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. I do like Emma's boots now. I can actually see them. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupt, Your Honor? Please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in the story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. That's true. There's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. I stand by. I think the statue was the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's? Could there have been one? No, there is another one. The witness is adamant about the accuracy that she saw. It can't just be explained away by simple observational error. Mr. Wright? In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some other information about this other broken knife. The murder weapon was, I'm gonna save here before it opens up the evidence thing. That way I know I'm at least, I can always back up if I get this wrong over and over. Here's the real murder weapon. I'm gonna go with the statue. But would I show the statue through here? Or would I throw the statue? Actually, no, I think it might be this, because there's blood on this. You know, it's what? It might be this? If anything's broken here, it's you? Huh? I'm sure this must be all very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. Oh, I thought it was stopped. I heard the music stop and I thought I got it right. The question is, like I said, do I present the statue here? Do I present like the picture? I might, well, because I guess the current statue doesn't have the current broken piece, so maybe this. And answer lies in the past, 2 years in the past, right here inside this picture. Okay, because you can see the broken knife right there. This is a picture of the awards ceremony. Yeah. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award, and the award would be there with the questioning and all that stuff. Order. You know, Marshall was a ward king of prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given a broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not? Because the King of Prosecutor Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murder and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising the knife would have been the prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's what's going on here. It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait. I remember now. I remember everything. Mr. Edgeworth, what is it? Could you show me your evidence list again? The one with the picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture, I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't 2.5 at the time I drew this picture. Why is that? All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. It must have been a lot. This part deep away inside. Perhaps it'd be best. Would you please tell us what you recalled? First, the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger. This should be interesting. Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He was in the room, but I'm sure I saw a shadow. That is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hasn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Stop. Please don't pursue this any further. What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defense chair. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? I am starting to really actually think that Emma did it, and that makes me scared. We already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begins cross-examination. Please. I don't know if I want to pursue this any further. I don't want Emma to be locked up. I'd rather Lana than Emma. I panicked and rushed towards them both. I think just then I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room. I'm sure he saw. That would line up for why he would be. I mean, wasn't he put actually in the evidence room just to protect it? Was it just a coincidence? Like, that would be... I don't know. What else would there be? So what all was connected to this murder that we know of, I guess? I mean, let's press this, because the blue badger, like he said, it didn't even exist yet. And so it had to be something else, right? Of course, see, I even drew a picture of him here, but it was the chief of detective who thought up of this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. Now, it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. It had a nagging feeling that I'd seen him somewhere before. Now I finally remembered. Just when I thought, you know, that thing that caused enough commotion. Tell us, we're in the room. Did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sorry I saw a shadow. So this, if we were going with the blue badger didn't exist, what could that be then? So that wouldn't lead to it, because that trophy was in Edgeworth's room. The blue badger, it might be the blue badger panel just outright. What else could it be? Maybe, can I rotate this? Is there an angle where it would look like the blue badger? Yeah, actually. Yeah. It could be she saw this trophy and it was hanging up like this or something. Or maybe the way it was drawn was sideways, and so maybe this was... Actually, this might be the... With the blood on it, I do think it might actually be this, and maybe this... Was this part of the murder weapon? The mystery blue badger was in fact this, but what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. It doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a point jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? We gotta show him at a correct angle to look like this. Probably, I had it before. If it was like, how did I do it? It would have to be like this, I think, right? This isn't right. Gotta make it more like the badger. I may remind the defense its case hinges on the witness drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape of the witness drew, we cannot accept his claim. Maybe I should just rotate it vertically a bit more. Come on. Gotta show them the correct angle to look. How... If that's not it, I might be screwed. Maybe it's like this? Maybe she saw it like this? I have to like... how... Okay, I can't just rotate it left and right. Okay. I think it would have to be maybe... It wouldn't be like that. It definitely wouldn't be like that. I think it would have to be like this somewhat. This isn't right. Gotta make it more like the badger. This part kind of stinks, not gonna lie. I don't know how to rotate this to line up. Like, it's, oh crap, I accidentally clicked on the Steam stuff behind my thing. There we go. I just need to make sure that wasn't, like, closed out. There we go. Actually, oh, wait, why is it not letting me, there we go. So, how do I get it to line up, is the thing. I don't know how to get this thing to line. Maybe if I put it from this angle? Maybe? Or if I do it like... I guess I could try... No, I think that's connected in some way. How would I get this to look like the badger? Damn, wait. I mean, you still got a lot of time. I'm probably gonna be stuck on this one for a good bit. I don't know how to make this look like a badger. I am lost. Like, let's see. Maybe, like, I don't get at all how it's supposed to look like the badger at all. Like, I see the three things. I just don't know how to line this up properly. Because that wouldn't make it look like the badger. Maybe, is this supposed to be the mouth or something? But then that wouldn't make sense. I'm pretty sure I presented this angle before. I don't... Come on, man. It gotta show the correct angle to look like this. How do I make this look like the badger? What? Like, I don't... Let me try this, I guess. How would I... Maybe, hold up, maybe if I do it... Do I just ignore the top thing? Just go for like that? No? I got come on, you could do it. I gotta show them the correct angle. I'm about to just start randomly like inputting stuff and hoping for the best, because like this is horrible. All right, I've already done this angle. No, if I'm just throwing out random guesses, I don't know what to do here. You know what? Let's do it. Like, you know what? Let's just look at the letters. Not letters. Just look at the blood stain. No. I haven't looked up anything for this game yet, but I am very tilt the mouth towards you. I'm assuming it's this thing? And tilt the mouth towards you. Didn't I? I thought I did that. Like, forward, like, wait. Like that? Like, is this, or do you mean forward? Yes, keep going. Really? Like, that? Did I go too far, or is this it? Keep going. I could have sworn I presented this angle before if it's this. Keep going. Really? How far am I supposed to keep going on this? Too far? Is it like that? Or is this too far and you know what, nudge it down a bit more? I think... Really? There's so many other angles where you can make that look like the badger. Like, what? What's the point of the other... Huh? No one could possibly deny this charge resemblance. I could deny that angle. You had a bunch of other angles you could have done besides that one. What? No. Can't be. Even you too, Edgeworth? The defense has proven its claim. Mysterious Blue Badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoy Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What is your point? So the badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I mean, we found the jar in, like, Gant's safe. You see, this changes everything. How long were we stuck on that? I think I was on it for like 5 minutes before you helped out. Maybe a bit shorter, bit later. I think I was stuck on some investigation stuff for like a good bit. Because like it is not clear sometimes what evidence you're supposed to show people. What's different now than what we... I mean... The murder might be different. The murder weapon. Because I think it's not the location's not different. I think. Because I'm pretty sure this was found in his office. Wasn't it? I'm trying to remember if it... Actually... It's either the murder weapon... It might be the location. I could be misremembering. Do I have any... It was in Gant's desk to share the room, and she said it like happened. Found in Chief Gant's safe. Do I have any evidence on where, like, she saw the murder take place? At the award ceremony. Actually, that's the jar right there, and that is in his office. Actually, is that his office? Oh. Actually, no, because that statue wasn't there. It might be the location after all. It's either the murder weapon or location, or the murderer. Actually, no, not the murderer. It's either these two. And since the location is the one I'm not confident about, I guess it's just that one, because it's never anything I'm confident about this case. Let me take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. The very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Where could she have seen this jar? Where? Location of the jar is shown in picture taken on the day of the crime, on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found... Okay, so it's not location as in room change, it's location on where in the office it happened. The witness testified herself. Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place only in Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murder moved the victim's bodies from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through his trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know that reason? No. I finally figured it out, so this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. The next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent this jar? That would have to have been... Okay, so I don't like that my theory that she did it was right. Now I'm just sad. I'm sad we just don't let Lana take the fall. The man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on. What would he have hit? The suit of armor holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked in the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. The perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless, I don't know if I can't go through with this. I really just want an option on going through with it or not. If events took place, the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh, he's just hanging there like a rag. I regret not listening to Lana. I had a feeling it was going to be that ever since we found the cloth, and that's why Gant was holding on to the cloth, but I did not want to... no, I should have listened to Lana. Mr. Marshall died because of me? We're going to say I was lying and that it was all conjecture. And a very appropriate reaction. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So is the witness who took the victim's life and then proved so with her own testimony. That is actually, yeah, that is unprecedented for our case. I was trying to think. I think there was one case with it might have been the producer, but I don't think she went that far. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Scott, but given the circumstances, Joe Dart murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted the forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, afraid you have to have proof, tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. It would be difficult to prove with this evidence. If you don't have evidence, then we have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. So, I mean, if we had Maya, we probably could do it. This has been a lot of negotiation from the beginning. Please call in Maya, Edgeworth, please. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us one possibility. What do you mean, Edgeworth? I mean, the possibility the victim had left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. May have left behind the name of a person who took his life in one manner or another. It's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased to such a... The real murderer's name of the victim, is that in the evidence? Is there anything in the evidence that supports that at all? The only thing I can think of would technically be this. The piece of cloth, but... I don't know what it would be. Sure, it's in the evidence. I don't think I'd be given the option. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. We stop at nothing to prove it. My sister, I want to stop, but the game is not letting me. The game is not letting me, Elena. I'm trying here. Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse them of any crime. There's only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. No, this is heartbreaking. I do not want to do this. Please show the piece of evidence that conveys the message from the deceased. I don't know what it is. I think it either... The piece of cloth, I don't think is it, but I don't think I'd be given the option if it wasn't for that. Part of me's thinking that it's this, and I just can't read it. Because the scribbles look to be a bit more than just scribbles. I mean, I have health to do. Screw it. Okay, I was right. I can't read a lick of what that is said. This is that blue badger from before, right? No, is he gonna just speak the killer's name? That thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone forgotten this is just a char. Message was left you on the server's char? What do you mean? Yeah, I'm assuming I'm gonna repair it again. Looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yeah, but notice for some reason the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. There's a line here drawn in, oh, I thought it was just like not cuts. I thought it was just like some name that wasn't translated right. Not translated right, just wasn't translated as evidence. The dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used a few precious moments left to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away, but blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we do is connect these points and the victim's message will become apparent. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal us the answer. I gotta connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances, his murderer's name. I mean, I see an A there, I think. So would it be... This would be, I think, the E. Oh. If I do it like this. Come on, let me drag, please. How come I can't? Okay, I have to drag from point to point. So how am I supposed to make the E if I can't connect these things? I can't. Like, how am I supposed to connect this? Huh? If it's supposed to be... If it's supposed to be Emma, then how am I supposed to connect these two? Unless it's not Emma, but I doubt that. Profiles... And unless it's her, or I guess, I mean, it's not Gant, because I'm not gonna be able to make anything from that. You know what? Maybe I'll just try this. Well, that wouldn't match up either. How do I make the E? Because I can get the A by doing like this. I can get the M by doing this. But then that leaves the problem of like the E, unless it's like that, which would be very dumb, I think. Unless, because I can't connect that there. I can't connect it to this, but I can make a triangle. Like, how do I... am I just not able to connect this at all? Like, am I just misdoing this? Because I'm pretty sure, like, it's supposed to be Emma, right? That's the only thing I could think of. And so I guess I'll do it like this and just hope for the best. But then that's not connected at all, but whatever. Came up with this message. Yes. I feel like I'm teaching handwriting to a student who is all thumbs. They should make him write out. I won't do it again 1,000 times. Guess I'll check the court record. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim wait for us? His murderer's name. Alright, so what names could it be then? If I can't make an E, I doubt it's Alana. We have Show Dark, and you can't make an O with that. Now I'm just confused on like what this is. Like, because how do I connect the two dots there if it can't be there's no... Oh, so if I... Is there no way to connect it to like over here at all? Do I just have to go like... Okay, so it just snaps to that. That just snaps to that. And that snaps to that. And so if I do it like this to where these snap together, well, that would be the wrong way, my bad. It would have to be like this. Maybe that's where I messed up. I think I just did not do my handwriting right. Yeah, there we go. I just probably messed up the M from like trying to just think too much about it. Defense attorneys do prove their client's innocent. That's why I've been thinking about it as saving Atlanta. After all my efforts, I never thought, you don't have to do this. You could just stop. I don't want to do it. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. She should be let off. I mean, she was technically like defending someone. Say worthy, can't say I didn't warn you. I hate this dude. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? 2 years ago, Joe Dart was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. But you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but he used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Objection! But Joe Dart really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, the fact cannot be denied. They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there? I mean, I can't fault them at all, but obviously the problem, like, if I'm in the courtroom, I'm going off on Gant more than Edgeworth. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. It better be Emma being found, and it's not. She better not be involved. I cannot. If she gets arrested, I'm gonna be upset. I'm gonna cry. Like, I'm gonna. No, like, I should have just not pursued this case any further. I should have just let it lie and just say, okay, you confessed to it, you did it, okay. Sorry, Edgeworth, I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything. I mean, you normally do. Well, are you gonna say what you came in here for? What is it? You got a lot of nerve making a detective run around. You already said this before. Yeah, you've already said this. I take it Atlanta's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. She asked me to give you this if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Ezra was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right? You could always study some evidence law, really. I guess she's telling me to study. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. She said if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him. I guess I need to give this book a thorough read. We got. I do like the duck on the cover. It doesn't look like that book would do any good now. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Haven't figured out yet why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all the allegations thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What is there left to do? Credibility has been ruined of all the forged evidence you're unaware of. Emma Skye found she unwittingly caused a man's death, and now tell me you want to do more? Gotta be kidding me. You're missing the point. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. And we're gonna expose him no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. I mean, I really hope we could find some way to prove Emma didn't really do it. And then we just prove... I'm guessing Gant's the murderer. I've been guessing that ever since he showed up that he is one suspicious individual. Mr. Edgeworth, yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. He doesn't care. Thank you for the news. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth the witness, but This isn't easy to say. You see, there's been some concern that you, Edgeworth, may have struck a bargain. I think I may have manipulated the witness. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking, and very well, I have a solution. That being the case, prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, it's an unusual case, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witness. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edwards has found a way to continue the trial. I accept the proposal. And it's settled. The defense calling forth witnesses never been done before. Wow. I mean, you know, especially, I don't know if it's never been done before, but I'll say it's never been done before. I'll agree with him. In this court of, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's been done in like actual court, but in this court, who knows? This court is messed up. This is one messed up court. Just being sarcastic. It's sarcastic for the real world, but knowing how messed up this court system is, where, like, well, Will Powers, we found him innocent beyond a reasonable, like, not even a reasonable doubt. We 100% proved he didn't do it, and the judge said, well, if you didn't find it, we're still gonna have to find him guilty, even though we prove he didn't do it. This court system is messed up. I hope you feel better today, by the way. Thank you. I feel a lot better. I feel exhausted. After a last stream, like the morning after the water heater, like one of the pipes for it kind of burst everywhere. Like, luckily it didn't go inside, you know, at all. It just created a small creek outside. Like the water just went out there. But have not had pretty much hot water for ever since the last stream, and we do not have a single faucet besides sinks that are not like the one faucet use of like both cold and hot, and so it's been rough these last like few days with that. Don't forget to save. I think I just saved. Damn. Yeah. Oh, luckily we did get a new. I died. Oh man, I fell. It was horrible. Like like it was not the most fun time, to say the least. Like, could not, like, shower, do anything. Like, I felt like a League of Legends player, like, the last 3 days. It was gross. We do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls Thomas. I mean, probably I want to call Gant. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. What does he have what does he have to do with anything? As the defendant partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. So like would have it, you should still be in the courthouse. You have also been the least likely to have been manipulated by me in some way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Oh, I called the right person. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Is this some kind of practical joke? Oh, just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation. Or are you sure you want to do this? I mean, you're in a court. You kind of have to start answering this eventually. You know that, right, Gant? So, you want to play hardball? Please, Gant, fine. My name's Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requires to hear your testimony. Oh, righto, what's the grim face? Let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean the time when Lynn Assistant murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are some things unaccounted for. Like what? Like the role you played in all this, son. Either you're very brave or very foolish. You're aware, of course, that police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it to you if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has a right to refuse to testify. Is this a real thing, or is this just like this court system being like extremely messed up still? Like, you could just do that. You could just say, "Nah, I'm good. Nah, I'm good. I'm not gonna testify." Like that would pretty much make you innocent in most court cases because you can never hear your point of view. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, this turns out to be a big waste of time. Don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. Okay, so he will testify. Okay. SL9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Alana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So, why would he have all the evidences in the safe? Him? He was just lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seemed Dark bumped his head. See, everything seemed pretty clear cut. The police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then better hit him hard and fast. So I guess we need some way to, like, 100% connect him. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. I'm assuming it has something to do with this, if it's something to, like, get him fast. So what would he have to do with the forgery? Would it be the ripped piece of paper? I mean, we have all the IDs of those who entered the evidence room. We know that's his ID. And so we would have that. We would have then... So all the stuff that connects him to possible forgery would probably be the evidence list and... Well, let's go read evidence law. No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And so this is tough because we have the ID, but that would have nothing to do with why, like, the forgery and all that stuff. Like, as you can see, I have nothing to do with this. Well, actually, let me think. There might be more than that. Maybe. Because we have that one. Let me just go look. So that doesn't connect them. This wouldn't, this wouldn't, this wouldn't, that. No. Possibly. That had to be brought for some reason, but I don't think it's that. That, no. Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. That might be it. Now that I'm reading that description, that might be it. I'll go for it. Alright, the music stopped, and so I'm either going to get baited again, or... Yeah, nothing to do with this forgery, but I'm afraid this is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. No, that is not, but... a piece of jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It's found where? You see, Chief... Yeah, these articles of evidence uncovering your office are both concrete proof that you played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit it then? That you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who stuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do that too, isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. Oh, that is... We need to work on your phrasing. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, it'll end up paying the work. Well, I think he's fired. Yes, one. In light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidences found in your office and the relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. I mean, yeah, just looking at, like, anyone that has a beard like that is usually suspicious, to be honest. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no real reason to participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I'll press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today's well, you know. Alright, but in return, I know that place... What are these guys? Telepath? I mean, they probably have a long-standing working relationship, because isn't that guy, like... Didn't it say, like, he's also in his 60s? Like, let me go look at the profile, because I think it says how old they are. Never mind, I can't open up profiles here. Like, for all I know, could have presented him in your office. I don't So I don't see any way that it would be like... I don't see any way I can contradict anything here. Because I don't know if I have anything that would help him with like rearranging the crime. Because we don't have anything that would show his benefit outside this guy would be locked up. Well, we know for a fact he wanted to get control over the prosecutor department. But we don't have any evidence, I think, directly of that. I might just try pressing him on everything. And just go from there and see what happens. I'd appreciate if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. You do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cow wrench and tipped. Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're gonna need it. What? Waiter? Waiter, what are you talking about? What? I'm talking about when Wright's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they prove his investigation was illegal. I never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. Well, let's just say hypothetically. I suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act would necessarily constitute forgery. I didn't mean to open that. But it would involve covering up evidence. If concealing evidence found at the crime isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. Depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not, after all. It wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient, right? The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come on, Wright, I'm thinking about it. There's no reason I participate in forgery. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember, who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here, but in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? This is the part I know is not true. Really, Chief? At the very least, there's one very large benefit you reap from all this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Huh. Oh, that's a good one. Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. That is true. Like I said, you did it. Don't be silly, Worthy. There are only 3 people I'll look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It's out in the open now. Would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I won't be... But there is something in it for you. That's the difference. Nothing in it for you. The only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. Seem lax enough on yourself, though. That's a good one. There is someone he could have... True. But if it would benefit you also, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, appears you're positively determined to betray the chief. As a nice man, he likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean at all. Very well then. He helped Lana, like... Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye to defend it? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. I mean, there's an entire book series about that. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for Chief Gant, who'd have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to? That reason, of course, is self-profit. What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged his job change was you, Chief Gant. How would he profit from all this? He'd be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Judge, how'd you become a judge, man? Like, it explains a lot about this court system. Oh, wait. You must mean... Yeah. Minute, Chief. You assist Elena Sky in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you can control her. Right, my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. You have any proof of this, that I controlled Elena? For example, is Elena testifying that I've done such a thing? Just keeping quiet to protect Emma. She's nope. But to be fair, Emma's already in trouble. I'm afraid without any proof, it all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture, unless that is also what happened in this incident. Which one? We're talking about two here. Of course, I'm talking about the murder detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial, almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want to get you hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gann is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but Chief is now making Elena take the rap to cover up her involvement. I mean, yeah, that all checks out. Ever since I saw, you know, the possibility of blackmail, that's what I was going with, you know. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in a law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder, it's not impossible. I'm doing it. I am accusing him of it. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright, that the chief, a high-ranking officer in the law, is involved with this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gann is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. All right, then. Let's see what Mr. Wright got. Show us the evidence that... I mean, if we're going with the evidence, we have the, like, that he went in there. Like, his ID is right there. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of. 777. 777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that this is my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in the Chief Gann's office requires a code to open it. A 7-digit code. You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7 sevens. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gann, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Chief Gann, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense search in my office was in violation of regulations. And I'll demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gann, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm the chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go wherever I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone. That's what I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gann? I'm afraid you just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? Oh yeah, because like the transferal stuff, he would have had to be there. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose to determine the truth. Chief Gann met the victim on the day of the crime. Then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet with Chief Gann on the day of the crime. That's a good question. That's a good question, Your Honor. I don't know. I'm gonna be real with you, officer. I don't know. I do not know completely on what this would be. There's a lot of evidence here, and I do not know what. Maybe it would. I don't. Maybe that. I don't. I mean, evidence from a past case of Edward was brought back to his office by Gann's request. I don't. Because we proved he had the ID card record, and then Oh, reading that can only be submitted to the chief of police. Okay. I don't know why my brain couldn't process that's what it was saying for a second. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet, you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to, yes. Then transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room? I accompanied him. There was no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could just lend him his ID card. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet, you showed us your ID card earlier. If you really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Oh, gee, what is that sprite? Jeez. What happened there? Like, he was turning into, like, a mixture between a Super Saiyan and a zombie from, like, whatever, like, Call of Duty. The murder was most likely a spur moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Wayne at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department that entire day, you know. Everyone was aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. So you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence you need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. All this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief move the body? He used this? What did he use? The Blue Badger? Is it actually the Blue Badger that he used? You know what? Screw it. I have enough guesses. Wait, that's right? I see. Maybe I'll use this later to move your dead body, Mr. Wright, huh? Okay, I'm about to say. There's no way. Maybe that piece of evidence really has something to do with it. How could the chief have moved the body? He used... Well, what's something we haven't used yet? If it's something I thought... Oh, I thought this piece of evidence was just useless the entire time. So we've used everything there. We've used everything, but I think the screwdriver here. But how would he move a body with the screwdriver? We haven't used the rubber. No, we've used the rubber glove. We used everything but these two, the piece of cloth, the evidence law. Is it the screwdriver? This is how we moved Detective Goodman's body. A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? Okay, so is this right? Because, like, how do you move a body with a screwdriver? What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because I was asked by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. How the hell does a screwdriver connect to any of this? After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. Oh. Oh, I see. So he used the screwdriver as an excuse. Oh. The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Oh. Oh, shit. The body was moved by that... Okay, that... Oh, and then the parking stub would show that... Oh, and... Oh, that's... You clever bastard. Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one possible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order, order. What's going on here? There's no room for rebuttal. Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think about the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of a body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of a body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Wright, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kind of weapons at his disposal. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. That's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're gonna just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh. I stabbed old Goodman, that's what you're saying? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would present it by now. Well, You think I had Lane dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gann's the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations about him without concrete proof. Do you have any proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made misguided pose of his body? I don't have proof. I have just Sky's testimony of her pretty much saying that it happened. Like, Lana's testimony will say that it happened. But I don't have any evidence like that. So I guess, no, technically I don't have proof yet, but I can get you proof. It's no use showing evidence. I'm not so sure. I have no conclusive evidence. See, Uggy? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble when you can't afford to lose. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side today. I'll leave the rest to you. Did I fail the case, or... I warned you, this is an affront to our senior officer. Oh, they baited me out there. Maybe we should have a word with... Oh, they baited me out hard right there. They showed me that evidence bar... I mean, the gauge... But you clever bastards. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method is proof of testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very courtroom. Isn't it why are you asking me? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't stop now. I call forth Lana Sky. Okay, so I can get her testimony. The defendant, Miss Lana Sky, she was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we'll reconvene to hear the defense testimony. Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't... Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something that... Alright, how is this not suspicious to everyone in the courtroom that this dude should not be allowed to roam free? Like him making a just... He's made threats to everyone involved, and he could just keep going? Like... Judge, you're just letting this happen? I object. This court is now in recess. No, like... there's... No, like... What are we doing here? Well, looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Like, do you guys realize... Like, we might be just screwed here. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry. I'm already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. What do you mean? You're not replacing Maya. No, that's not happening. Looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done again. How's it always gets the upper hand? It's no fair. He has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. What do you mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. He forfeits his right to say anything too. Emma, how are you listen, I'm glad to see you genuinely, but how are you not in detention center? Because you did, like, at least have all the evidence points right now that you did kill someone, but I hope you get to just go free. Yeah, when I came to you, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial in the gallery. I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved, yeah. Now I know finally what really happened. To think all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man, and she did all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you mean? To follow the chief's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. All because I wouldn't say murder. You did not. No, murder I feel like requires intention. Hey, don't go blame yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society. Yeah, it's society's fault. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with... I want to be there when Elena tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end all this. Oh, so there is 2 ladders here. They're not just gonna have one, like... The first day, like, they had a long former. But I guess we get 2 ladders here. Well, how long was that one? I mean, that was like 30 minutes. So I imagine this last piece is gonna be like another, like, 30-ish and whatnot. Maybe. I don't know, honestly, actually. Let's see. I'm probably... Nah, I won't get no water right now. We're just gonna dive right in. We're just gonna see this way all the way through. Unless this is like another, like 40 minutes in which case I will probably have to do it. Well, defendant Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand. Miss Lana Sky, you're the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what's required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony. Remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. You're the only chance we have. You better leave something in your testimony that I could at least use. Like, I really hope so. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth in this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dart convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. That is a lie. That's just a lie. Because, like, Your Honor, confessing to a capital offense, of course I'm sure. But Lana, if this is true, that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. It's no time to start second-guessing myself. If she's lying about everything, I guess I just gotta press her on everything. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that'd be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Scott were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good, come from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why there is no truth to this blackmail theory. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. So don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife, and I mean, you're now just committing perjury. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. So that's why I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. When I found his body, you rearranged the scene. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? Seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's the only situation you... That's the only situation you dreamed was possible. The real reality wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. Or is it Dark or Derek? Like, is it just a weird way to spell Derek? Or like... That's not weird. It makes sense when I pronounce it like that, but still. He was carrying a switchblade knife. It's just, okay, so it is just Dark and just has like the E at the end. Oh, that was only on the floor a little distance away. It was probably not the way in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies and more lies. So when you found this scene like this, what'd you do? After all, this is what it boils down to. I wrote the tip of the knife point inside the wound and moved. Oh, that's a lot of work. You plant a tip and then you move the body. But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I'd ask for the sake of others. Why'd you point the knife? But why'd you do that? Come on now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out. Very well. Let's add this to the witness testimony. The reason Miss Sky fabricated the knife. I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. But according to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, so leaving it at that might point the blame away from... I feel the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound. Because I hated it for what he did. My only motivation was to get him convicted. I had nothing to do with her. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times did I tell you Emma didn't do it, period? I mean, I don't blame him. I mean, I don't blame her. Like, I get it. She did so it wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do for make up my actions. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. If she's lying that she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. She might have made a contradiction already. What was the question I added? I broke... I think I did this. I think there was another question I could have asked. Yeah. But why would you do all that? You of all people should know. You had a good head on your shoulders. I guess I'll ask why'd you move the body, maybe? When you show up and see where was the victim's body, it was rededuced. It was by Chief Gant's desk. The body was found by your desk. Why'd you move it there? The reason for that was simple. Let's have the witness explain in some more detail the reason Miss Sky moved the body. The piece of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. I'm gonna save here. Do I just present the jar? Do I just present the jar again? Is that... Okay. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery of the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? The truth would be exposed now. The past 2 years of real life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring everyone's attention a significant contradiction within... I didn't see the contradiction. I just presented it because she mentioned the broken jar. Contradiction of my testimony. Testifying, I quote, the piece of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. The prosecutor must have written in his final moments. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Well, he could have. It just would have taken a lot of work. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Chief Prosecutor, seems you're as in the dark as we are, by the truth towards which we are headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. Continue your testimony. What do you guys say? I immediately noticed the blood trace on the jar, but it was dark in the room. I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. But why would you care about wiping away clean? I mean, you were the one who wiped away all the messages in the blood? Is that true? I wasn't Chief Prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to hide the real evidence. Yeah, what other reason would she have to do that? But I can't present that in court. Like, I feel like it's fairly obvious that that is what happened. Like, even her own message, I feel like, why would she need to hide the jar unless it's for that? I immediately noticed the blood traces, but it was dark in the room. To be safe, I went through the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. Were they? I mean... But, I mean, to be fair, that contradicts your earlier testimony. You may know that it was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out. So how would you notice that you got all the fragments? Also, there was that fragment in his safe. Is it really going to be the jar again? There's no way, right? There's no way it's back. It's always the jar. It's always this jar. I believe this jar conceals the truth, even you're unaware. What? We found the final. Yeah, okay, so it is the safe thing. In the chief's safe, but how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it, but the witnesses testify that she got every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. She only leaves us one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. I mean, there's an ace detective more light joke there somewhere. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my oh, I don't need to hear about that. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When the witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. Hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dart downstairs. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No. And he can't testify anymore, so he's kind of in a, luckily, a pickle here. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived in the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar. And purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question. What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why did Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterward, isn't it clear? Discovering the scene, Landeskine believed that her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and analyzing the reason why Miss Sky became the... Oh, so Emma didn't do it? I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore. No. I mean, all these points that she might not have actually did it, and he framed it to make her look like that. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up their most foul lies to defend their clients. Imagine that come from my own client. I guess you do seem the type likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Something wrong? Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right? So why do you foul lies? Oh, Emma, I don't lie. She's not right about that part. This guy, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Thank you. Finally, you're going to tell the truth. It only took like 9-something hours. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dart were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. Gee, that sentence was hard for me for some reason. When I saw that happen, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent, and he could have put that body on there himself. Like, that could be a thing. Like, if he just moved the body, he pieced it up there on himself. Unbelievable, the body was impaled on the armored sword. You were the only one who saw that. If you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lena must have known. She really does have faith in you. I don't remember receiving any pictures. She gave it to me this morning. Is it the book? Like, is it... She said it's on the back. What do you mean it's on the back of this? Oh, that's a dead body. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my, this is the actual... No other detective saw this crime scene like this because I contacted criminal affairs only after I rearranged everything. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest. Could that be the cloth they found inside Chief Gant's safe? Oh, and that would be the cloth that had Emma's fingerprints on it. This is a handprint, isn't it? Does Emma know that's her handprint? Did Gant tell her that cloth, whose fingerprints those are, must be the real murderer? Those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Anyway, let's get on the... So long as you're able to tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murder. Oh, jeez. Now the evidence is back to pointing towards Emma. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall. Okay. Oh. Huh? You can't unrevoke your right to testify. Can you? This is the poorest excuse for a trial scene. What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? So I like to put my word or two in my defense. You can't. I'm afraid it's too late for that. You already declined to testify. That means you forfeit your right to make statements of any sort. This must be the risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. So what, you think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the time for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. No, he can't. Like, by rule, can't he not present evidence? No evidence shall be shown without approval of the... Well, he is the approval. Unregistered evidence must be relevant to the case on trial, so it needs to follow Rule 2. No, I don't. But someone does. Someone. So, what's your excuse, Righto? Well, I haven't been keeping quiet about it. You have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? I mean, I guess it's the... I don't want to... If I show that piece of evidence now, I'm sure he made out as the murderer. Just say I don't have the evidence. Right? And you will be the one... What do I do now? I think it's through. I can't afford to make the... Should I present that piece of evidence, the one that shows you really killed him? I cannot show evidence. No, I'm not doing it. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie. How do you know I lie is the question. Chief Gant, you opened my safe. I know you took what was inside, the conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show him? We found it together. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know his fingerprints are on it. That's why he won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't figure out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything about the chest area? That part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, can't let you pin me up as the murderer. Like, I mean, to be fair. I'll tell you what really happened. What, you mean you admit to it? Here's the thing, he can't testify. Why are we letting him do this? We did all of this to avoid it. Why is he still allowed to do this? Get him out of here. I was the first person to arrive on the crime scene that day. Then it occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So we were manipulating her. I knew when. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, and when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her point the knife tip in the victim's body, move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dart convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. You kept those items in your safe, but why? For insurance, of course. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Atlanta to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricate all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Cop, I know you have it. What are you waiting for? So you were hiding the cloth. You cut off the victim's vest and you were safe? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do with that, being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. But you had to say it for yourself just a moment ago. You said you didn't have any evidence to present. Foolish moon, you should have shown it then before it's too late. I don't want to, as long as I don't mess up here. I do have evidence to present now. I don't want to do this. I really don't want to do this. Let's verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes. Now last you find brought out in the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, cannot have been forged, it must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Well, I can already tell you who did it. Your soul on the uptick is either. Think about it. Wright had all this time to present this evidence. Yeah, why was he reluctant to do so? Why would that be? I mean, you know his fingerprints are on that? Do you really know? I don't want, please don't make me do this. Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay, you know, everything's proceeding as expected. We're just having Emma go back here. Emma, Sky, what? They're mine. I'm sorry, Emma, but why do you I don't, this is, really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still try to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster. Miss Sky, you knew whose fingerprints those were all on, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. I said this trial is not over. I'm afraid it's a relentless trial, but your career too? You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges. That's ironic, Gant. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Aren't you gonna tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? Chief Gant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, it proposes a contradiction, I guess, of what it said. What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. I really, really hope so. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could be contradictory? Your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. I don't know what this is. Well, it's not already ripped here, so it had to be ripped after. This bears her prints and whatnot, so that is just a fact. Actually, that piece that was cut out as circular. That is not. Maybe I'm looking too far into it, but I have a full health bar. And what exactly is this supposed to be? It's a picture Miss Scott took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece out of his vest was cut out? His shirt showing underneath. Trying to make out all the blood on his vest out. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. As long as no doubt were punctured, blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Oh, that's not what I was going for, but there's no blood on it. I mean, I was right for every wrong reason entirely. I just thought it was a circular cut and that's a square, but no, I'll go with that. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. This is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could arrive at the scene before Miss Lana Sky? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the arm or sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood, a jar they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Elena believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? They personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through this very act of creating insurance, you prove that you were the actual murderer. Oh, he is losing it right there. It's finally all over. Is it? Yeah, I'm about to say. That was close, Wright. You almost had me. Almost lost my cool there. Sorry. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute? You see that piece of evidence? It's illegal evidence. Order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Wright here can steal that piece of cloth. How is he still allowed to do this? Like, he's not allowed to talk here. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence, and at that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be illegal evidence. But that's not fair. Ho ho. Did you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, legal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems at last. Time for me to reveal my plan is final. He has plans beyond my comprehension. I mean, I didn't purposely do it. I'm gonna lie under oath. I think that's a good move. I admit I refused to present it at one point. So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. It's not that I didn't present evidence then, it's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved in presenting it. Oh, so this is why she gave us the book on how to do all this. I just wanted to commit perjury. No, don't listen to his lies. There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let's settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. You cannot prove your conduct was in violation. I mean, it's probably the book. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. And he did hide evidence against us using the exact same thing earlier. I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. You see, it's written right here in this book, the second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And, here's the crux of the matter, you see at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What kind of nonsense is this? You want a relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this piece out of the victim's chest, or victim's vest. No, it was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murder. There's only one person that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. Oh, yeah, he is. Oh, why is he, dude is a seal? Oh, he's gone. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insists on hounding me. But your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me. Goodman turned him down, and he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. came to me that day when the file lost item report. I went into the evidence room, and all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. So I was right on he was doing all this to silence everyone. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "Not too late. I'm gonna hand all of this to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his word. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would only lead to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to know it was the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then he put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Even the prosecution's car side. How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she has as much to lose as I did if the truth ever came out. So he took the evidence from his locker. Felt bad having to do it. Also didn't have time to pick and choose what to take. So you left the jar of fragments in the glove? Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. Must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you're just one man. Just see what it takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I mean, I did help him take you down, so... Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Iggy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel the launch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator, an example of the others on the force. Sorry to warn you, you're no longer that person. Those days are gone now. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. I have Wright out here, and Worthy. With those two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I could hear them already. I don't know what he said. I just heard the melodious bells, I think, or something. There are two things I want to understand. Yes, first, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When the trial's over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky, I couldn't get out of trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can't see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. That's her first time smiling I think we've seen. Miss Sky. And to you, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you, and yet you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Edgeworth. I already did my job. In light of this case, it seems good self-examining is in order for everyone to... There's no ruling. Everyone to go home and have some good self-reflection. You're innocent of murder, however. Although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still act as an accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for those crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. There's something amusing about all this. Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. One time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Just get flashbanged on the way out. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Elena Sky, not guilty. We're still undefeated. Just please don't ask us to help you in the next case. You are screwed on that one. I cannot help you there. That is all. The court is adjourned. At long last, it's finally over. Emma, why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. That's not it. Just now after trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe my thanks. She never mentioned Emma. That's messed up now that I think about it. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Oh, am I interrupting anything? Man has a very good knack for doing that. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back. No, you're gonna say the same thing. Just do the bit already. Come on, just do the bit. You're doing this purpose, yeah. Just line up. I'm only kidding. Okay, that's. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. I mean, I guess since you're no longer a murder suspect, you're allowed to walk free, even though you just have a court date pending. Should you be doing this? She's still. Oh, never mind. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Will the security guards back there tell? It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. I don't blame you. Because all I could do can keep myself from screaming, and all I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sid, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realized I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way you can make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. Yeah. I mean, I don't blame her for being scared and all that. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. I wasn't doing it for me. I turned my back on you that day, in hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. It took you all this time to realize, Emma, I'm sorry. I mean, I now see why she couldn't say all this in court. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day it would come back, and now you have. What a happy moment. Now, I'm just curious if she's gonna, if this is just a one chapter thing with Emma and Elena, or is she gonna actually just be here the other games? The only thing we can do is try to make up for our mistakes. Why must you make up for mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find our way back to the rightful path. Are you a preacher now, Phoenix? Like, you're barely a lawyer. Like, you're barely a lawyer, man. Why, just stay in your lane. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, thank you both for all you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over. Where's he hiding? Oh, he is mad. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Miss Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today I cannot correct my mistakes. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You're not like Gant. The fact that you helped me. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you won't go at it alone. I'm here. We just did it. Like, we just did it. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them, but in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might try to pull something like Chief Gant did. That's why it terrifies me. That's why I can't get to. You have me. Is there like that's the difference? You have me. Damon Gant, your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't exact. I'm glad Elena sees it. You know, Elena's smart. Edgeworth, you're smart, but you gotta look outside the box every now and then. Because of the partnership, we were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right? Is this a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show them what Elena's talking about. Evidence. Something that neither Edgeworth and I would have been able to find on our own. I mean, the only thing we both put together was this. I guess this. That's the picture I drew. Oh yeah, we never would have gotten the vase and everything and gone down the whole, almost every answer was again the vase. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That just happened by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. If you'll excuse me, there's still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will we do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, can't let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can. Oh god, that is a tough sentence because I keep saying, like, I keep thinking about the detective that died, and so like it's messing with my words when I try to read ahead. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. Seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court because I'm suing the hell out of you. Farewell. I better be going too. Okay, I'll be by the visit soon. Seems we both have a lot of learning catching up to do. Here, still something for you. How many of these books do you have? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. Can I keep the book you gave me? At least. Can I keep that? And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started a new journey on my own, a journey to discover myself. Well, don't go strike out just yet. Yeah, we have 2 more games left in the trilogy if we get to them. There's a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this, but I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, maybe okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright, you're the one to be putting the... Yo, I don't have that money. What, you think I can afford my side? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Thank you, you're the best. Why is it... Why am I always the one paying? Hey, why don't we go... Why don't we all go pay it off together? Why don't we all go pay off our bribe together? Why don't we all become accomplices to this crime? Objection! Alright, so it's a different credit scene this time around. Another one that I once... Is it going to be the exact same credits just with this? I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. Should be pleased to study under a coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days. Yeah, I would say your job is done. I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow, then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. I mean, I'll take you both at the office. You guys could both work there. We have openings. I mean, there's always openings for y'all. I mean, just, we'll have, like, if Maya ever comes back, the room will be open for her. We have Emma. We have, Lana. And we just, you know, everyone else is just whatever. Never want my authorized investigate. If we penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they say. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. We have fined you so much that it would be better to fire you. I'm surprised there's an entire other credit scene just for this one case. But I'm also surprised I managed to get this entire case done in one go around. That kind of now I need to figure out what I'm going to be doing on Thursday's stream. Also, I'm very glad I don't have to hear this guy anymore. Like, I do not... Whoever designed the Meekins thing on how he... Please don't let me hear that horn. Please. I hear him do that sound effect. Come on. I hate... Why? Why did they make that decision? Just why? Who decided that we should have a guy that one of his sprites that it does often should be a very high-pitched, like, horn? Why? Why would you do this to me? But no, I need to figure out what to do on Thursday. You know, I had the rest of Ace Attorney planned. I did not expect to actually be finishing it. I'm in. I'm glad I always get finished the first game. I plan on eventually getting to the next 2 games. I just don't... Well, I don't know when. But at the very least, I am glad I finished this one. Like outside of some parts of like some of the investigations and how some of that happened, it was all, I enjoyed it. Like some of it was, you know, like the amount of times that I present, like, how are you allowed to have a knife in there? How are you allowed to have that? And how are you allowed to do that? But the amount of times like I presented evidence to the person that did the crime, as well as just other stuff during this investigation, I guess, where like it wasn't very clear on what I need to present. Like it kind of went. The investigation was a lot harder than the trials. The trials outside of the like the one vase thing, I felt like the trials went smoothly. The investigation is what didn't. But outside of that, I mean, I would say it was, you know, it was an enjoyable experience. Like I said, I'm very glad I finally at least got around to doing the first one. And I'm not 100% sure when I would do 2 if I get to 2 and 3. So I want to take at least a small break before I restart any other game, just so I don't get burned out. But it ends here. I mean, it's a good place to end. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see what his name. Mr. Lep, come on. Anyway, he said he's been doing her something or other. For how many years? Years? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, I gotta go. Years? Oh, wait, so instead of it just being a few months after chapter 4, it's now been years since after chapter 5? Jeez. I mean, how many years? I mean, I'm guessing probably like a year or 2 then, if it's that. There's no way it's been longer than that. Like, there's no way it's gonna be like a decade skip. It has to just be a year or 2. Oh, Maya! Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. I am so happy to see you. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit. Okay, at least you plan on coming back. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. At least she plans to come back. That's what matters to me. I'm glad she's like planning to come back. That's all that matters to me. I'm happy now. I'm very, very happy. Now we just need Emma and Elena on board, and we'll be Gucci. Hey Amelia, Scott, how's it going? I'm doing well. You know, feeling good. I just got done with all this and whatnot. A bit exhausted. I just realized it's been 6.5 hours. Just a wee bit longer than I expected to be going for. I'm surprised this bellboy just catch me in here. I'm glad that you're doing well. I'm just really also surprised there's 2 credit sequences in this game, both that are completely unskippable. How's your stream going so far? I mean, it's going well. Probably wrapping it up like whenever these credits are done, that the game's over and whatnot. Please, I just want Emma and Maya, like, bring Emma, Maya, and Lana on board, and that's all I really need. Like, Gumshoe, he keeps his job and whatnot. Like, what am I doing? I didn't read what she said. Okay, I'm glad it was just like the last book. Was this the picture that was in the office? Actually, no, because I was at a theme park. That was before she had her like general like uniform. What do I do with this? So besides this game, what other ones do I normally stream? Normally just whatever, like, just feeling like. I know I stream DJ Max. I plan on going probably back to Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep probably soon. I was playing a bit of Tales of Arise a bit before. Pretty much just whatever comes to mind and whatnot. Or like whatever I'm like feeling in the moment. Not feeling in the moment, but just like interested in like doing. What's in the gallery? Because I don't think this is... The gallery contains story spoilers. I'm guessing it's gonna be spoiling other stuff. Like, and so I don't know if I would get to that. So if I hit continue, what happens if I'm assuming this is just the end of the game, and so like if I hit new game Okay, so then I'd have to do just justice for all in trials and tribulation. I see. Also, Twitch notifications, it looks like still are not working on the stream for some reason. Thank you, Amelia Scott, for the follow. Appreciate it. One of these, I don't know why it doesn't work. It's linked properly. I don't know why it doesn't show up properly. I guess because it's also like linked with YouTube and it just does not like that. But no, I'm probably gonna go relax for a bit. My throat is starting to kill. I mainly play story games like Red Dead Redemption 2, The Last of Us, and I enjoy me a good bit of story games. I have not played The Last of Us. I have played Red Dead 2. Red Dead 2 is kind of in a very iffy thing for me, not because I think it's a bad game. It's just I love Red Dead Redemption 1. Like, it was a game I had like when I was like young, and so I'm just like permanently biased towards that one, knowing full well it's like a blind, it is a blind nostalgia bias. I get a lot of people love Red Dead Redemption 2. I'm just very blind to it. Like, I'll fully admit it. It's like the old, well, I guess it's not like the old Halos. Like, I think the old Halos are still better. But like, I'm biased towards like Halo CE and 2 over like 3 and Reach type of thing, knowing full well it's biased. Last of Us, I have not gotten around to. It's just not. It's something I've been interested, but it's been. I'll eventually probably get around to it. I just don't have any idea when. But no, I like Red Dead 2 for what it is. But I'm probably going to call it here and whatnot. My throat is starting to kill me. Do I stream daily? Do I have a fixed schedule that I follow? I try to stream. Try to do 4 to 5 times a week, around 6 p.m. CST. Like, I try to at least have like the next like 4 or 5 streams like scheduled in the like panel below, like the stream. I don't know if it's different if on mobile, if it's on whatnot, but like I try to have like just the times, the game and whatnot there. The Ace Attorney on Thursday is going to change because the game I finished and whatnot, but I try to aim like 4 times, like 6 p.m. and whatnot. But jeez, I did not realize it's been 6.5 hours. Jeez. I mean, it was worth it. How long have you been in the streaming? On this channel, it is, I think, been now 3 months. I used to stream before, I think like 5-6 years ago, and I did that for about maybe near a year, off and on. Nowhere near consistent like it was now. It was maybe like, it was very off and on and whatnot. And so like, it's been about, I think it's been 3 months now. It might be 4. I'm actually curious about that. How long has it been? Let me go to my YouTube and go see when the oldest VOD was posted. Oldest. Okay, it's been 4 months now. Okay. I did not realize that. See if I thought about adding some any custom stuff that I'm gonna add to my channel. I either plan on doing myself or I already know who I want to hit up if that's what you're offering. I'm sorry. Like anything custom, I like either know who I want to contact or just need to get around to doing it myself. Like, I'm sorry if that, no worries. But no, I'm gonna be calling here. My throat is like starting to kill me a bit. Been going for about 6.5 hours. But I do hope anyone watching this, hope you guys have a great rest of your day, great rest of your night, whatever it may be. And I will see y'all in the next one. And until then, y'all, take care.